So is it 7 a.m. for you, Rick?
We're live now, Neil. Hello, everyone. Hello, and welcome to the Keshe Plasma Reactor Group for Wednesday, November 11th, 2020. This is a broadcast of the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute Education Department and part of the Public Teachings in English. My name is Rick Crammond. I'm the host here, as in the last 4 million of these broadcasts. Just kidding. It just seems like that sometimes. And I'm joined with John and Mark to help out with co-hosting here today. Thank you as well. So this is the Keshe Plasma Reactor Group, and we discuss things about the Keshe Plasma technology in this group. And it has evolved over the years from discussions just about the Keshe Plasma Reactor as found in the initial Keshe patent applications that Mr. Keshe put out in 2008, I believe. And around 6 years ago, a group of us got together. And in fact, it was 7 years ago, and became interested in replicating some of those experiments. And we had some interesting results, and then we got into other things. Mr. Keshe introduced the nano coating and the GANs and so on and so forth, and it's been quite a journey of knowledge in the last 5 years or so in particular. And then, of course, in the last couple of years, there's been a stronger influence or focus on the soul teachings that are tied into the spiritual side of science, or what you might say the scientific side of spirituality. In one way or another, the science and the spirit seem to come together in this, the way this technology has been revealed. So we're fortunate to be involved in that stream of knowledge. And here we are in the Keshe Plasma Reactor Group. So usually I ask if there's anybody who's got something they would like to share today to get things started. And I do happen to know that Neil has sent a picture, and perhaps we can start with that and have a little discussion about his plasmatron. What about it, Neil? Can you tell us about your plasmatron? Let's see here.
Yeah, sure.
There you go.
How many people have seen the movie Tron, actually? This is the latest unit that I've put together. This was specifically money. The reactors and everything were gifted by one of our earlier members of the group. Where Northern Rivers Plasma Group has about 250 odd members. We meet once a month in up in the northern part of New South Wales in a little hall. And we share and give talks and lectures, and sometimes it can be various other topics other than Keshe plasma, but it's always related to, you know, the themes. And so it's developed over the years. There's groups, there's members of the group that are innovators and create the ganses and the devices, and then there are others that just support and listen and join in and help out and whatever. But it's become a bit of a social group as well, which is nice. It's formed a nice community. Anyway, one of the more elderly members developed the cancer, and so we needed to build a unit to help treat him, and he gifted the money to create that. Unfortunately, the whole COVID episode shut down the factories in China, and it took more than 6 months for the reactors to arrive in Australia. They only just came last month. So it was my job to build this system that can then be shared around various members of the group, the people that, you know, need its help. So this was put together just a few days ago to help another one of our members who was involved in a car accident which shattered his femur and cracked his hip joints. So he's in a fair bit of pain and needs to be healing much more quicker. I started working with these health units. It would be 4 years ago now, when nearly 5. I've been aware of, for those that don't know me, I've been aware of Mr. Keshe for quite some time when I was researching alternative energy systems. And I tracked him down through the PESN network, as most people did way back then. And that's led to a whole different sort of adventure, that little group of people. So after Dr. Rodrigo started using the Chenlin reactors, which had only just been developed about 4 years ago, I think, I immediately developed those myself because I had my own health journey to go through. So we started, Jimmy and Lisa McDonald built the first health unit in Australia, I believe, which was the hula hoop rings containing tubes of GANs. And it was a very slow and gentle plasma field healing unit. But apparently with Rodrigo, it, as we famously know now, helped that woman with her breast cancer. That was famously documented about 4 years ago. 4 years ago, wasn't it, Rick?
Yeah, I think so, around there, yeah.
Yeah. So from the hula hoops, I quickly bought 4 reactors myself and set up a star tetra, the star formation around the hula hoops. And then that went to a square pyramid after listening to a few other different people. At that time, we were talking about different things. And then that moved to my octahedron, the Merkaba, and the success of that with me and other people that experienced that machine. I then moved into the next stage of helping other people that I contacted on my own journey. Came across a guy with a degree in herbal medicine who was helping out at a local medicinal cannabis clinic. Had 100,000 cancer patients on their books, and he was keeping a lot of them alive with knowledge about diet, particularly the China study, Dr. Vickers and Gershon and a whole range of people that had brought the attention that plant-based food diets will reverse cancers. Of course, that knowledge was suppressed by the meat and dairy industry, and so we're still in the same situation we are now. But I believe that the plasma and the change of diet and the medicinal herbs completely eradicated my problem. So he became very interested in the plasma units himself. And so at that point, Rodrigo had just developed his first 4-unit dynamic reactor system. He used poly pipe. So I sort of modeled my own next one, which was a smaller unit to go be portable. We used wood in this situation, so it could be pulled apart, put together much easily and transported. And so my friend Zane started treating a few people that he was helping with the diet and medicinal herbs. And he had some very good successes with some basic unit where you had 1 reactor above, 1 reactor below, and 2 on each side. After a lot of experimenting and fiddling around, I actually built 4 of those units, and that he used them in various situations in another state from here, and had some very good successes. And we also learned an awful lot that, for example, the sides of those reacting balls when they're spinning the plasma water greatly increases the field effects, and you get a great big torus coming around those. But there's also another effect coming off the accretion plate, the equator of those spinning balls, which is an electric field effect. This is coming from Victor Schauberger's knowledge. And we found that had both positive and negative effects. So rather than having you sitting side on next to the equator of one of those spinning balls and copying the electromagnetic field effects rather than the plasma field effects, which are more emanating from the poles of the spinning ball, I started playing around. We were using pendulums, dosimeters, whatever we could use to try and work out what was going on with all the fields. And you would feel in your own body sense different effects happening whether the ball was spinning anti-clockwise or clockwise. Now, whether that's different for you guys up north and us down south, as in the old toilet water joke, I'm not 100% sure, but certainly we found anti-clockwise felt much better than a clockwise rotating ball. But I've since found out that if you line these up geometrically, and the geometry's got to be within millimeters, it has a profound effect, the sacred geometry arrangement of the spinning reactors, a profound effect. I've had people swaying in one of these simple 2 reactor units like they were on a rocking course. And I asked him, what are you doing, just chanting away or something like that? And he said, no, something's grabbed me inside my body and is swaying me backwards and forwards, and I can't stop it. They had relaxed all their muscles and everything, of course. And so they were going into a bit of a meditative state. But the fields, what we found out was the bottom reactor was 2 centimeters off the plumb bob axis from the top reactor to the bottom. And that was causing a big wobble in the vortex that had been created. And it was grabbing the person and shifting them around. And I've had multiple people say that. They said, oh, this one feels like I'm on a boat. And then I look around and see that the reactors were not quite lined up right when you move them back into the position. That could be just 1 centimeter. And all of a sudden, the vortexes aren't wobbling anymore, they're spinning perfectly. So we found with one reactor above and one reactor below is the most simplest unit, and you can achieve quite a lot with just those two spinning reactors. So more recently, I also ordered 2 more of my own reactors, and they took 4 months to arrive. Fortunately, the factories are now open, so things are shipping far more quickly. But the simple unit was an experimental unit. So I have in my own house the 8 reactor unit in the shape of a Merkaba. It's a beautiful thing to sit in and meditate. The second one is an experimental one, which is just the 2 reactors, and they've been placed within the hula hoop rings. So if you can imagine a whole lot of hula hoops suspended by strings about 6 inches apart from each other, roughly lining up where your chakra systems are, and you have a chair and you sit in these rings vertically. That's the very basic one that anybody can create, that sort of health unit very easily. All you need is poly pipe and connectors and GANs water. The second one is to get some spinning reactors, and when you spin the GANs, the field effects are substantially magnitudes of order greater. And with the movement of the plasma fields, you're creating vortexes and you're also creating toroidal effects. And you'll get still zones and maximum zones and where free plasmas can fall. So the 2 reactor unit, I started doing some experiments more recently. I used the rings as a focus. So you can imagine on this picture you see here, the chair, a reactor above and a reactor under the chair, the simple 2 unit. And then hanging from strings from a frame is a whole series of hula hoops that you're sitting in there like a bird cage. We jokingly would feed peanuts and poke sticks to the people that are in there just to make them feel at home in the zoo. But so a series of experiments happened with people that could feel the fields quite easily and substantially, of running the top reactor or the bottom reactor either clockwise or anti-clockwise, alternating each other, or 2 anti-clockwise or 2 clockwise. And the difference, amazing difference in the field effects on what people would experience. Once it was all lined up, you've got to use a plumb bob to make sure the top and the bottom are directly over each other. So at one point, you'd either have the North Pole above your head and the South Pole of the spinning ball underneath you. And then you'd find that people would feel a motion of energy spiraling from the bottom upwards. And it would be in an anti-clockwise rotation. And it would be basically a big long shaft of energy with the 2 balls and the 2 toruses joining together. Now that is a very interesting one, because depending on what you put in the ganses in your balls, for example, I had what I call the cup of brain, but it's a super zinc GANs in the top reactor, which I've been getting some amazing results with anxiety, depression, insomnia, a whole range of mental conditions, and that GANs is incredible. People are falling asleep just by having it on their head for 10 minutes. Others don't have nightmares anymore. Other people don't have anxiety attacks anymore. Depression disappears. So it's a very good GANs that everyone should be making. It comes from Keshe Knowledge Seekers 315, where Mr. Keshe is talking about the couple life 1, and after it, he says, if you just take away a nano-coated copper coil in the center and replace that with a nano-coated zinc coil, then you collect the GANs that forms at the top, the creamy white layer that forms at the top of the cup. That, he claims, is the best GANs for working with problems with the brain in that Knowledge Seekers workshop, about the 2-hour 56 mark. So taking that and running with it, I've made that and used a number of test cases and had amazing results. So putting it in a reactor and spinning it is even more amazing. Down underneath in the 2-reactor system, I had the couple life 2 to work with the physicality. So depending on which way you have the vortex traveling, either you got a lot more zinc effects coming down from the top where the whole energy field is moving downwards to the earth by spinning it clockwise at the top and anti-clockwise at the bottom, then you're working more with the head and the upper chest area, and people can feel it right down to almost to their belly button. And they feel the copper field effects all around their legs and their hips. When we reverse that flow direction, then we seem to be working more with the copper right up to the shoulders, and there's different field effects. So we can do different effects. When we have both anti-clockwise either way, then there's 2 north poles and you're in the middle between the 2 north poles. There's a different sort of effect there. And if it's 2 south poles, then you get a really strong field compression happening in your mid-torso where the friction is happening between the 2 toruses of each ball. And we all know that when there's friction of these fields, all sorts of magic things start happening. So based just on those experiments I did with the 2-reactor system, I then moved to this 4-reactor system, which I built one similar to this for my friend Zane. So he had 3 systems which were just a pole like this, with halfway up was a horizontal arm with 2 reactors each side, like a cross, basically. And you sat in a chair, so the side reactors were roughly where your top arms were. But there was too many electric field effects happening there that got you really buzzing. You put a light bulb in your mouth and it would virtually light up. So we moved away from those reactors in that system, and I went back to the original star formation. The first one I made with the star formation, which is what you're looking at now for Zane about a couple of years ago now, the bottom reactors were all verticals, just sitting normal. And so there wasn't a proper geometric interaction going on. It was sort of like a whole bunch of big fluffy energy balls bouncing around off each other. So in this particular version, I went back to the original Keshe reactors way back 10 years ago or more, where the spinning balls were tilted on angles. So they're all pointing, north pole is all pointing to the geometric center of the tetrahedral structure. And of course, yeah, to create this, I had to make scale models and measure up to get all the distance. So in this particular one, each side is 1.6 meters. It's made so you can quickly unplug it all and put it in a car and take it to the next place. The balls are tilted so that the north poles, if you follow a line from the base motor along the axis of the spinning ball, they all come to the middle of the geometric structure, and they're all equidistant. So it's equidistant, equal length on the tetrahedron sides, 1.6 meter in this case. And to tilt the bottoms, I tilted them 20 degrees, and that brings the axis right up to about just near the top 2/3 of the chair back. So it's right in the middle of the torso is where the free plasma zone occurs for somebody sitting in that chair. On the floor is a gel plasma bag. Jimmy and Lisa are making products and selling on their plasmaandnature.com website. They've got a whole range of new products coming on that don't compete with the Keshe store. They're a different sort of product, but still using plasma. So this one is ready to go off on Friday to see what it does to a guy with the busted leg. But for those with experience, that last Sunday I had a bit of a birthday party actually. But our plasma group members all came along, and various other people that hadn't experienced plasma. So we made it a big plasma day. We had lots and lots of GANs in the swimming pool and the spa section, but it was too cold for people to jump in. Murphy's Law, because this is in the subtropics here, and normally it's around 25 to 30 degrees, but it was 18 degrees on that day, Murphy's Law. In 2 rooms, we had a 2-reactor system and the 8-reactor system, all purring away. So the field effects over my house must have been immense. 3 plasma units all running together. This one is a different room about 10 meters away from the other 2. I noticed that the 2-reactor system spinning away was, the field effects were affecting the 8-reactor system. Some of the balls start wobbling when they get buffeted by other field effects. Those early plasma dynamic reactor systems had spring-mounted motors and balls, which was really good because the movement of the springs and the balls, you could see how the fields were then interacting with each other. And some of those forces are quite considerable, that they, meters away from each other, can push against the other ball and against the tension of the spring, which would be probably a gram of force needed to push that across and create the second wobble in the other unit. I've made a film of that, which you've shown before, Rick, going on. So that strange effect of some days, the balls interacting with each other, still happens. It's usually, I found, when there's exterior effects going on, like somebody might be playing with their bloody harps, or there might be solar ejections going on or something like that. It tends to connect with whatever's going on outside in the weather, how these balls also react. But the new spinning reactors from the Keshe store, which are also a derivation of Chen Lin's earlier ones, don't have the springs anymore. They're hard fixed. And it's not so good. I don't like that effect because I can't see if I've got things properly in alignment and in the geometric formation that it should be. So what happens is that you'll get a vibration that'll then develop, which can go through the whole structure, and that's not really ideal. But if you spend a fair bit of time with your tape measures and everything, and using sticks and things like that and bits of string, you can get your geometry pretty much spot on, and then things start to settle down. The reactor speeds, I found that around about 8,000 RPM, there's harmonics start happening, and you can actually, if you're a musician, you can pick out tones that, well, I try and set my speeds that get closer to the solfeggio tones, the 432 or 528 hertz frequencies. And that makes a fair bit of a difference in the healing capability of these systems, what speed you run them in, and whether you're running in harmonics or whether you're running in dissonance. It is very difficult to get all the reactors running the same speed because they tend to, particularly the analog versions, the earlier ones, they find their own speeds. They find their own balance, and it's really quite uncanny. You could be in the analog version, the spring one, which is an analog voltage controller. The new ones have a digital controller. The analog controller, you could turn a dial, basically turning up the voltage, making the motor run faster. But you turn around 15 minutes, 20 minutes later, and you look back up and it's gone back down to the voltage it wants to be at, the speed that it wants to be at. So you'll find that one reactor may have a gains loading, certain amount of thing, it's all arbitrary in some respects, and it might be purring along at 8,000 RPM, but the one diagonally opposite will be running at 7,000 RPM, and then the one right above might be at 5.6, and you turn it up to try and get to 8, and then it wants to go back down. So something's very strange there because it's overriding the voltage coming out of the potentiometer in the analog power control. The digital ones seem to be much stranger. They have a push button on them and they increment up about 100 RPM each time you push the button. and they haven't got the springs, and they've got a different type of motor in them, and they won't go past 5,900 RPM. So I think once you get the vortex forming in the spinning balls with the water that's in there, plasma water, I always have some GANs particles in these, then that's when the field effects are really kicking out and you've got that torus form. So anywhere from about 2,800 RPM upwards. But of course, we have found that the faster you spin them, the further the field effect extends. So obviously, I think my neighbours would be feeling that if they were able to sense the fields. So this particular unit you're looking at, I put a mixture of GANs in the bottom to work with the physicality. So he's got busted bones and he's an older gentleman, and there'll be other people that will be wanting to hop in it. So CO2 had to be the prime GANs, but we also needed a bit of copper in there. And aminos, and because you always get zinc with CO2 and vice versa, there will be some zinc in there which will communicate with the top ball, which has got a lot of, it's nearly all zinc in there, plus the aminos. The aminos are important. And a touch of salt, just a touch, not much. It's mainly plain waters in there that become plasmified. So on the Sunday, we had 25 guinea pigs floating around, and they all had goes in each one of them. And different types of people too. Some were ex-naturopaths, kinesiologists, people of all walks of life, plumbers, you know, sort of IT people, and just grandmas and grandpas. And there were a couple of people that were very spiritual and connected with spirits. Well, we had a bit of a ghost adventure. People that were in this opened up the fields and they detected the presence of an entity in the property who was benevolent. It was a friendly ghost who turned out, we were able to track down his name. They channeled with him and got his name. He was a writer, deceased in 1998, an Australian author and writer, 200 books. And I actually had a copy of his book in that bookshelf that you can see. And it all became a bit spooky after that. He was here to tell a message and a few things that were going on. So it was very interesting. So the spiritual people were all running around, having little meetings in different rooms and communing with the spirits and helping this spirit, you know, deal with his problem. So it became a very interesting day. This particular plasmatron was the strongest of all of the fields because it had copper and the variety, and I think there was a bit of magnesium also in the bottom one, the way the GANs is made. There was a mixture of things in that GANs. So this one seemed to have the strongest of all the physical field effects. Everybody felt the fields in this, whether it be male or female. You know, the usual joke is that blokes don't feel the fields very well, males. But in this situation, everybody felt it when they were in this unit. And when you have the plasma patch at your feet, we start off with no patch there, and then you can build up the charge within your body and it dissipates through your feet, through the floor. This is on the ground floor. I think there's cement underneath that carpet. So it'd be moderately earthed, even though the carpet was a wool carpet, it might be acting as an insulator. So they'd have a bit of a go without the patch. And then when the patch was put under the feet, people described that the energy they felt in their body flowing all through their cells and then heading downwards would then reflect back up their legs and up to their hips. As they described it, it seemed like the energy was bouncing back up. It was reflecting from that CO2 plasma patch that was under their feet. So we find that using other patches with these systems seem to act as a focus or reflecting thing. So we'll be able to push the energy fields to different parts of the body just by using extra patches or rings or different ganses, and rather than moving the reactors around on tripods and trying to focus them as in classes, units, and things like that. I think I prefer the geometric structures. The sacred geometry seems to really, really increase the effectiveness of all these plasma fields combining and working together, and depending on which way you spin them. So this particular unit you're looking at is running anti-clockwise in all the reactors. I haven't started any experiments. I think I would like to try anti-clockwise top and have the bottom 3 balls all running clockwise if we were working with the physicality, repairing broken bones and things like that. Because then you've got a south pole, it's emanating, it becomes magnetical, whereas the north pole is a bit more gravitational. But this is where I wanted to ask some of the people that may be listening, what are their understandings of how the fields are flowing when you spin GANs? Obviously, there's a north pole anti-clockwise and the south pole clockwise, mirroring what goes on with every planet, including the Earth. But there's also as there's an outgoing field force, there's always an incoming field force, isn't there? So does anybody else like to describe what might be going on when you spin these balls of GANs? Silence. I put everyone to...
We know we have what's called the GANs ring that forms when you spin the ball. So whatever GANs you have in there will form on the inside of the ball around the equator when it's spinning, and the lighter GANs will be toward the upper and lower edges of that central equator, and then the heaviest GANs will be right on the equator line, basically, and they'll separate out into various GANs rings. So you have basically like a superconducting ring or a possibly superconducting ring, let's put it that way, in the center of this, or in the central location, but around the equator part of the rotating mass. And then, of course, we tend to think of the center of that reactor as where the free plasma will form. And that can be formed by especially if you consider that if that ring goes superconducting, that means it will be building up its energy, its current will actually build. And if there's an actual separation of the ions due to the charge and the way the magnetic fields go, then you'll have something you mentioned before, like coming out the top, and the way you have your reactors aimed in a certain direction indicates that you've got some kind of fields, or almost like a ray coming out of the top. It's more like a ray than a field, because you're directing it in a very, you keep saying how it has to be exact in its direction and so on for the maximum effect. So if you think of it, that's the way the center of the galaxy works as well, and of most galaxies, where you have a central core that's rotating, and then there's these high energy spikes that come out of either end, the top and bottom of the galaxy. I was just looking at a picture of that recently. And so the same in the reactors, it'll be coming out the top, let's say, but you've also got a spike going in the other direction, and it may not be apparent or in the same kind of felt in the same way, perhaps, but it's there's sort of a polarity, a positive and negative, just two ends of the separation of the charge, or separation of the fields. produces one end going one way and one end the other, similar to the Earth's magnetic fields might be seen. So that's part of it. I'm sure there's others that'll want to jump in here, right?
There obviously is a toroidal effect formed. You can sense that. And I remember a long time ago, you did an experiment with some of these plasma ball units, and you had your spooky sound detector, the crystal radio plugged into some keyboards, and you detected there was like these onion skin layers of strong and weak fields moving from the center outwards. That was with the electric, the Tesla balls. But I'm assuming that there would be also the same thing going on with the spinning the plasma, that you would have the onion skin layers of fields that would be creating a torus ball, with, just like in the universe as well, you have a major ejection coming out the north and south poles, going in and out, and then swirling around and going back in. And there would be different layers as you're moving from the center outwards. So there'd be strong and weak fields. And I think we've detected that with these. But
I have detected that with that little crystal radio box, a detector I had. Just with the spinning reactor with GANs in it, produces a field, and it's not from the motor. It's actually from the spinning GANs, because I've been able to just spin the reactor without the motor, and it produces the same signal, and it's like a periodic signal, like you would get. You can almost hear the RPMs with it because it's periodic, but at the same time, it's a different signal for different reactors and with different GANs combinations in them. And I haven't done a lot of research on that to figure out whether the salt water and fresh water makes a difference, and a few other things. But I did find out that there's something about the way these reactors are built that helps to generate those fields. And it's quite pronounced. It's within quite a few centimeters of the rotating reactor. You can pick up a signal from it, and it's like each one is distinctive, has its own signature, you could say.
Yeah, two of my plasmatrons are powered by a maggrav. This particular one wasn't plugged into a maggrav at the time. I have found that the maggrav also substantially increases the field effects. And when you move along with a maggrav, one of those electric fields detectors that the electricians use, it'll bleep along the 240 volt wires, and then you come to your transformers, then you come to the DC wires that are going to the motor. The field effect is still detected there. It's detected around the balls, up to about, for you guys, about a couple of feet. And but strangely enough, that the wood carries that field effect, not the plastic poly tubing. That doesn't, but the wood does. And so I can run my electric detector anywhere along those wooden shelves, and they'll be blipping away like mad.
Yes, interesting. Yeah.
And sometimes the person sitting there also picks up that field energy. I've certainly, when I would have that wobbling ball effect in the 8 reactor unit, the way to calm it down was to the external interfering fields that were coming in and bouncing and buffering against the toruses of the spinning balls and putting pressure on them to move their springs. I had to overcome that by creating a stronger field within the center where the free plasma zone is, where I sit. If I put my hand on the shelves and bring into my body the maggrav energy that's flowing, I overcome, and all of the reactors settle right down and become perfectly still. I take my hands off the shelf. I should film this one day. It's quite uncanny. I take my hands off the shelf and then the balls start wobbling again from the external interference, which is, you know, if you sit down and try and analyze what the hell's going on here, it's pretty astounding. You know, we're bringing in maggrav energy, and which is different to normal electrical energy, because normal electricity wouldn't go through the wood. So there's this other field effect that's coming in through the wood. Putting your hands on it connects with your own flesh and the water in your own body, creates another bigger effect of the free plasma zone that's being created by the spinning reactors, and that becomes a more dominant force over the external interfering forces, and it balances all the reactors and they settle right down. Quite astounding. Has anyone got any questions, more to add?
Thank you. I was about to ask the same thing. Jalal, weren't you going to say something? Apparently not.
Have we got Dean on today?
I don't see him yet, at least. Not sure if he's able to get into the exhibition hall now. Things
Actually,
might be
I
shut
did, but
down.
not now, Rick. I have a lot of work in behind.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks, Joel.
Thank you, Neil, for that.
I think I'm not sure if Dean's able to get into the exhibition hall now. They were supposed to do a lockdown thing in Austria, so.
They all want to be Victoria, Australia, do they, and become part of the Strong Cities Initiative with the Rockefellers. That's a sad thing that's happened in Victoria, Australia. They've been 6 months, and only 2 weeks ago, they loosened it up so people can now travel 25 kilometres from their home. So it's like a lot of caged monkeys escaping. They're all rushing out to the country or wherever as far as they can go. They're still forced to wear masks, of course, in public and in school, sitting in school with a mask on. Not a good.
Not good.
Now I think they're rolling it out to Paris, happening in the east of Canada. Where else are they now locking down in Lens?
Yeah, I believe that. I think that's what Mr. Keshe said recently, or maybe it was Dean last time.
I know London and all of these other big cities. There's 100 cities in the Strong Cities Initiative, so I dare say a good number of those lockdowns would be part of that Rockefeller Strong City Initiative.
The Strong Cities Initiative. I haven't heard of that one. So it's 100 cities around the world. Is that the idea?
That's right. They have their own police force. They're into their own economic network. It's a Rockefeller initiative, so all the other guys would be involved in that as well. And their police force are trained in other cities. They don't wear the normal badges or anything. The ones in Victoria have red riding and they have stormtrooper helmets. It's not a good thing to be happening in a country like Australia or anywhere else in the world. For a fact, it's that's the globalist plan to make everybody like that. So there's 100 cities. You probably find Toronto is one of them.
Probably, yeah.
Yeah, Strong Cities, SCN or SCI. Just Google that and you'll find out all about it and the list of the cities that's involved and what their plans and agenda are.
SCI. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Victoria also signed up with their...
That's a short for science in a way too.
Yeah.
The AI.
Strong Cities Network or Strong Cities Initiative.
Okay.
Victoria became a rogue state. It's got a different political party running that state, which is more socialist. And they hopped into bed with the China One Belt, One Road plan as well. None of the other states did that. And so they're now tied very closely with the Chinese Communist Party, and that's influenced a lot of what went on with the lockdowns and the curfews and everything else that they did down there. But there's a big legal pushback happening now, so depending on whatever the results are in America and the votes, that's going to ripple all around the world, including here.
Oh, I see. Strong cities. They connect to facilitate systemic sharing of knowledge, expertise, and lessons learned on building social cohesion and community resilience to prevent violent extremism across cities on an international basis through both regional workshops and international conferences. Well, that should stop those violent extremists, all those conferences. That'll do it. That's the initiative. And yeah, let's have a brief look at it here. Maybe it's relevant and something I can have a look at here. So this is the strongcitiesnetwork.org website. And we see all the strong cities people. And we have a list of all the strong cities. I see Edmonton, Canada, as far as Canada goes. Calgary, Canada. Canada. Montreal. Don't see Toronto on here, strangely enough.
Well, there's London.
There's Victoria, Australia. No Vancouver, Canada.
We got Paris. So those two cities are under strict lockdown. Yeah, I think you find that most of those are under strong lockdown on these lists somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting.
They seem to be talking a lot about violent extremism.
Yeah, ironic.
Here's a question. See how they answer it. It says, I am skeptical of the intentions of the Strong Cities Network. How can I be assured that it doesn't have other motivations or covert operations? We recognize that the recent history of counterterrorism and CVE work has been and continues to be extremely conscientious in some contexts.
Don't worry, just trust us,
That's what they're saying, yes. Unfortunately, there's been some negative, misleading reporting around the Strong Cities Network and its aims, activities, and supporters. Its aims and its activities and its supporters, really. Thankfully, these remain relatively isolated, just like they're trying to do with the virus. And the majority of mainstream press around the network has been very positive. Mainstream press around the network has been very positive. That's because the network owns the mainstream press. Nevertheless, if you ever read or heard something about us which causes you to doubt our intentions or activities, please do read our myth-busting document, which we hope provides important clarifications in a clear and transparent way.
The irony of all of that is that Melbourne has always been known as one of the safest, most peaceful and livable cities in the world. And why do they need this private police force that have been beating up little old ladies in markets for not wearing masks? You probably saw those videos flash all around the world of the coppers arresting a woman, pregnant woman in her pajamas in her home for putting up a Facebook post about, oh, you're going to the meeting? And there's a whole lot of other footage that's been flashing around the world in the past months from Melbourne. So, yeah, I'm not a fan of this Strong Cities initiative. It reeks of 1939
this
Berlin.
is amazing, yeah. It's so it includes capacity building efforts with frontline workers, including schools and healthcare providers. This may also include training for police officers, but this will solely be in the context of open and transparent community engagement with the sole aim of building trusting relationships, not for intelligence gathering. As well as to ensure that so-called warning signs or indicators are very carefully considered, and so on, with a strong emphasis on avoiding consideration of warning signs related to religion, attitudes towards foreign policy, or political activism. Wow. One indicator, however, that should be considered and which applies across all violent extremist ideologies is us versus them thinking. That includes dehumanizing the other in a manner that can lead to justifying violence. And so what do? They create a network that's us versus them. Oh, yeah. Interesting. Well, that's quite a thing. Yeah. Well.
Yeah, and the foreign police forces are extremely paramilitary.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it seems that way. Well, we shall see. Yeah, I wasn't skeptical before I read their Q&A about this being skeptical of their intentions. And now that I've read their myth-busting document, I'm even more skeptical. Yeah, well. So anyway, that's interesting. Thank you for showing us.
Have a look at who runs the Strong City Initiative. The one up the top there. Just no, it's now at the bottom of the page. Who runs Strong Cities, and then what is?
Oh, the Institute for Strategic Dialogue.
You know, it's you went past it.
Well, this is who runs it. It's what it says is run by the Institute for Strong Cities Network is run by the Institute for Strategic Dialogue, a UK registered charity number 1141069.
Sorry, Rick.
What that is.
Rick.
Hello.
Hi.
Yes.
Can we go to the experiment, please?
Oh, yes. I thought you'd bring things back to basics here. Yes, we're getting too far out to, as this says, online reactions to the far right, to the far left, of the far right to the far left. We're getting too far afield here. So let's get back to basics. Okay, so which experiment? You mean the Niels?
Niels, yes.
Yes. Okay.
Okay, now I see what you mean. Okay, Niels, there is a lot of question here. I need to ask, please.
Sure.
You used Ganses?
Yes, it's with Ganses. Yeah.
The four basic Ganses, yes?
No, at the very top one in this particular unit, I've got three dynamic reactor units in my house at this particular time. This one is going off to somebody else's. It's owned by our plasma group, but I have my own personal 8 reactor unit, which I've shown previously, and I've just built a simple 2 reactor unit to do experimentation with. So this 4 reactor one has, at the very top ball, is what I call the cup of brain GANs that I talked about previously, which is a super zinc described by Mr. Keshe and KSW 315 at the 2-hour 56 mark. And that has amazing results working with the soul and the consciousness and your emotional systems. The bottom 3 in this case are a mixture of CO2 GANs, the GANs that was taken from the bottom layer of the cup of brain, the super zinc, which I would guess would be CO2, maybe some magnesium in it as well, and a bit of zinc. Because when you make those cups, you can get banding in the GANs, a layer at the top, a clear layer, and a layer at the bottom. That's what I experienced anyway. So I harvested the top layer and put that in the top ball, and I harvested some of the bottom layer and I put those in the bottom ball, along with some CO2, and the CO2 had a scratched plate, so it also had a touch of copper in there. But I didn't add any extra copper. That's in the 2 reactor unit. I used Couple Life 2 in the bottom. And I started with Couple Life 1 in the top of the 2 reactor unit, but then I swapped over to just have the pure zinc in the top to work with the emotional systems. And but this mixture of GANs in the bottom is generating some really interesting field effects. We haven't had any trials other than about 10 people jumping in and telling us what they felt.
Okay, what you are using, only waters or you have a GANs in?
There is always GANs in my spinning balls. In this case, I had a fair amount of GANs. So in these 4-centimeter balls, there would probably be about a couple of milliliters of pure GANs, and the rest is the water. So that when it spins, it forms a creamy disc around the equator as the GANs particles are thrown against the equator.
How much exact? 5%, 4%, 10%?
I'm just doing arbitrary. I use intuition more so than measuring. I like the elements of chance and experimentation. So I basically mixed, for the bottom reactors, I mixed the GANs in a big jar. I mixed them all together, shook it up, and then squirted out there's about 40 milliliters of GANs and water in each of those balls. They're filled up, but there's an air bubble in there to create that vacuum in the center when it spins.
Okay. You know what you can do extra? First, you do not need to 8,000 per minute, because as Mr. Kat said, up to 2,000, then there is no more effect. It's the same.
Yeah, we've found actually the opposite to that. The faster you spin it in the smaller 3-centimeter balls, and this was a Reiki master friend of mine detecting the fields and how far it could extend, and he found the faster to spin them, the further out that the field effect went. But these reactors that you're looking at now, they won't go past 5,900. So I was initially running these at 2,400 RPM. But then Jimmy and Lisa came along and they pushed it up to 4,000 RPM. If I go too far, these particular ones, the balls don't fit very well into the chuck, and they can you got to spend a bit of time getting them perfectly centered on the axis. They can be 1 or 2 millimeters off the tip, off the axis of rotation. So you get a wobble, and then when you spin them at speed, you get an enormous vibration goes through the whole system. So they're a bit more fiddly to set up these later ball systems. I've already talked to Chen Lin about this.
Okay.
Early,
What is the mother seed of these ganses?
the mother seed,
Yeah.
well, a CO2 kit and what I call a copper brain kit. They're basically the variation of the copper life 1 using a nano-coated zinc coil in the middle instead of the copper.
What if you bring some of the original ganses and you put it down the chair?
On that blue patch you can see is a CO2 plasma gel patch, and people put their feet on that, and you could also put ganses on other things. The wood is just plain wood. It's got an acrylic sealer on it, but there's no other ganses there because I wanted to just work with the fields that are coming from the balls in this particular unit and keep it simple. But my experimental unit, my other unit, I play around and use different ganses. I don't use CH3 at all because I don't want to run the risk of reactivating anything.
You know, there is a lot of question to that because you need to see if these balls have the amino acids within.
Yeah,
And
we'll have the amino acids in this particular unit, and
all
I put aminos in all the other units as well.
good. And if let's say ball number 1 have some in ball of number 2 and 3, that means a drop of CO2 in each and a drop of zinc in each and drop of, let's say, whatever gases you have in each of the others to make the connection, give and take.
That's usually the case. They've got similar things to connect with each other. In this unit you're looking at, they're all got some of that, what I might call the super zinc in each of the balls, but the bottom ones have got a lot more CO2 and a bit of copper.
So you know what you need now. You need to focus all the 4 reactors in one point.
That's what they've done. Because the camera is making it look weird, but it's an equilateral tetrahedron, 1.6 meters from ball to ball, and all the points are pointing to the geometric center, which is about 2/3 way up the chair back. I spent quite a bit of time measuring and getting so from tip to tip, it's an equal distance to the center of the tetrahedron geometry. And that's where the free plasma zone forms, right where the middle of your stomach is.
Mm-hmm.
That's what's called the barycenter, or the geographical center of the pyramid.
Yeah. And it's incredible. When I first set this up and the first guinea pigs had hopped in it, I didn't have the reactors properly measured out. I just roughly built it in the garage and brought it into this room and reset it up. There were people coming the very next day. And so a lot of them were hopping in it and experience it where I didn't actually have everything properly measured and plumb bobbed. The next day I spent some time using long sticks, following the axis of the balls, pointing it and lining up to a plumb bob string from the top of the top ball. So I found that I was just a few millimeters out on my angle. And when I got the angle right so that the actual line of axis was pointing directly, all meeting together at the one point, that created a substantial effect that people could actually really feel. You know, just being a couple of centimeters out there's a completely different feeling from when everything is all perfectly aligned and all come together in the geometry. It's quite uncanny. One guy described it. Before, he felt like he was riding in a jalopy car down a bumpy road. And then when I got everything all lined up, it was purring and everything was smooth. But he felt the energy in every cell in his body from top to bottom. And it was quite amazing. And then when he put his feet on the gel pad, which was on the floor, before he didn't have his feet on there, we did an experiment. When he put his feet on it, that's John Hargrave. Some of you may have heard him before. He has a Therify clinic as well, using, you know, the Therify, Dan Winters and the Canadian guys, Therify devices. So he has a range of plasma devices in his clinic. But anyway, when he put his feet on the pad, he felt the energy reflecting back up through his feet, and it was going up and down from his hips to his feet and back up and down. So the gel pack on the floor was acting as a reflector of the fields and concentrating it in some areas. So we played around with rings and spirals, using them as field focuses and things like that, and finding some very interesting effects.
The top reactor, can it be adjusted up and down?
They're all fixed to be in line with the tetrahedron, the star formation tetrahedron. So they're all fixed in those positions. I don't want them to go up and down. When they're roughly positioned and they're not actually in the right distances, the field effect is nowhere as strong as when you suddenly get the perfect geometry aligned, and it's orders of magnitude stronger. It's uncanny what's going on with the sacred geometry. And I'm pretty sure the numbers have got something to do too with, you know, the 369 ratios numbers.
Yes, yes.
So, I'm pretty sure, you know, if you focus on your geometry and then add plasma to it, you get amazing effects starting to happen.
Okay. Let me give you just one thing. Take the nearly dry gases of all the 4 reactors. Nearly dry. Put them together and attach them to the chair.
A hot seat, then it really would be an electric chair. People might take off. A few people were nervous that they're hopping in these things that they might suddenly vanish and go off, you know, somewhere else.
Let's see what.
Earlier, we had a spirit visit the people, and one of the ladies was sitting in this chair. And she's a very spiritual person. She's 80-year-old or whatever. She calls herself the fairy godmother. And this spirit guy, it was a gentleman, contacted her. He'd previously contacted somebody else several weeks earlier in our group. A message for me, particularly, I think it was. And so she was sitting there, and there was another one nearby. And in the presence of these very strong zinc fields, so it wasn't a malevolent entity. They hate the zinc fields. They vanish. But this was a person who departed in 1998. There was an author and an artist, and he drew her attention to a book in the bookshelf there on the second shelf that was his book, and they had. These spiritual people had seen visions of this man holding the book and smoking, and so they were smelling the smoke as well.
Yeah, that's nice.
And, so they pulled out this book and showed me and passed on the message. So certainly there was all sorts of things being attracted by this this house that must have been seen from planet Zeus, with all the field energy coming out of its roof.
Yeah, Mr. Kai said the man feed what he leave behind.
Yeah.
So I think this guy is attached to his book.
Yes. And I think he wants me to write one.
But it's beautiful what we see here.
Yes, this is version 2 of a similar unit I made once before. And I found that by using these flat planks, raising them up so that you could sit in a lotus position in the chair, then you're encompassed within the tetrahedron. Or you can have your feet hanging out of it, touching the floor and grounding. By
But
raising,
but you know what? Let's say the 3 reactors down in the bottom. 1, 2, 3. Yes. You need one to start. You need the second to increase the speed, and the third to block. If you understand what I mean.
like slowly turning on 1, 2, 3 as it goes around to create a bit of a spin going.
Okay, let's say in the right side, if from what I see here, let's say this is number 1. Okay, number 1 goes, let's say, anti-clockwise. Number 2 goes anti-clockwise. Number 3 goes clockwise.
Yes, I've done a few experiments like that in the earlier days with my Merkaba, which is 2 star formations put together, one inversed over the other to create that star octahedron. And with Cornelius, Dr. Cornelius, and several other members of our group, some that are really good, the Reiki master guy who really fields the fields very well. With the paint pens, he's my paint pen tester. I've got paint pens that are like needlepoint rays of energy, and others are like shotguns blowing a hole in your hand, depending on how they're made. So we did some experiments playing around with clockwise, anti-clockwise combinations of those different directions, thinking that like gears in a differential, that if you got them in a certain position, one should be going anti-clockwise, meshing with the clockwise one, and then going back out to an anti-clockwise, and you'd have this sort of figure 8 flow going on. Or if they're all going the same, then they'd be creating friction fields where the 2 toruses rub together with each other, and that would create other effects. We also found that if you weren't facing the poles of the spinning, but you're on the equator, that you've got the Schauberger sort of electric field effect going on, and that would create.
Neil, sorry, I need to go to work. Last thing, did you check the pH in all the 4? And
Usually the pHs of my GANs is around 8, but I didn't test these ones, no.
test them, and test if you put a water in the middle and see if the pH will change.
Yeah, that's a good test.
Good. I will be in the background and listen to you. That's beautiful, Neil. Thank you very much.
Yeah, and we could put wheels on it and tear off around the village.
Or put some wings in it, it will fly.
At the moment, it looks a bit like a funny wheelbarrow, doesn't it? Thanks, Jalal. Did any of the people listening in, there's 19 now, did they also see my post on the Golden Age of GANs about the lizard? You saw that, Rick, didn't you?
Yeah.
I did, Neil. Yep. Very interesting. I've got water dragons in my backyard. So, yeah, I saw that.
Yeah, it's very interesting. Well, that same GANs that saved the lizard from the neurotoxin is the one that's in the top reactor, the one I call the cup of brain, the super zinc.
So do you find among your friends that are sensitive to fields, let's say, do they have a common agreement as to how they sense or feel the fields, or does everyone have their own sort of unique way of doing that, or unique sensations and so on? What do you think about that?
Yeah, some people are able to still their minds and sort of they usually close their eyes and get into a relaxed meditative state and just listen to their body, and then they pick it up. And it's particularly women, but there was one guy who also I noticed that if he was sitting on the 2-reactor one with a ball above and a ball below, and if normally I'd run a plumb bob string and have the 2 poles, the axis all lined up, but when it was off alignment, it was only about 3 centimeters off, 2 centimeters off, they all started rocking, you know, because they'd relax their muscles and then they'd feel the field and it'd actually grab their body and move their body. They would oscillate. If everything was all a bit wonky, then some people would complain that, you know, it felt like they were on a speedboat going through a very choppy, you know, fast ride. But when I balanced everything up and got the alignments, then it all became smooth. So I'd get various descriptions. The 2-reactor one, when it was all aligned perfectly with the rings around it and they'd sit in there, they would describe that the field effect was very smooth and very relaxing. My Merkaba one is designed with every reactor has double balls from the original teaching from Rodrigo and what Chenlin was shipping out in those days. So the inner GANS ball would be a zinc, and then the outer part would be a CO2. And then for the opposite tetrahedron would be the reverse of that. So there'd be more CO2 for the body part and more zinc for the head part. And so that unit is still just running CO2 and zinc with aminos. And that's the main one I sit in for half an hour every day for the last 3-4 years roughly. And in myself, I found that a tricky knee has completely gone back to normal. My arthritis is completely gone. My skins have changed. I'm feeling younger. I'm looking younger, although the hair hasn't grown back yet, but it's the white, there's more black appearing amongst the white. So I think with extended use of these devices, you can't overdose on this, I've found. Certainly not with the basic 4 GANs as well. I haven't experimented with the CH3, but the copper and all of that sort of stuff, you know, if you get it too close to your head and you have it there too long, you will get a little bit of a headache, but you just take the fields away and your headache goes. So I found you can't overdose with it. I'm saturated with the plasma all day, every day. It's all through the house, it's all through the garden, there's patches in my bed usually. I'm experimenting on myself all the time. Even with patches, I've managed to reverse basal cell carcinomas and things like that. Takes a while just with patches, multi-layer patches. I haven't published that result yet, but I'm waiting for it to completely disappear. It's taking 6 or 8 months, but that's combining just using patches. So that means that somebody out in the bush who hasn't got access to any of these things, they can still heal themselves of a major problem just by using the right patches in the right combinations and the right amount of time. So this is a billy cart version. As I said, it put wheels on it. It's a billy cart version of a baby universal body enhancement unit. And that, of course, is the turbocharged Lamborghini Starfleet machine.
Well, if you can strap that chair to it, maybe you can make it fly. That's about the size of the device that Nikola Tesla was claiming to be able to go out of his apartment window and visit people with his positive positioning electrical apparatus that had no wings and no propeller. So I think it's time. I mean, this is what Mr. Keshe is working on in the, or if he's able to even get into the exhibition hall, but outside of it in lab conditions as part of the process in the next few months is to be revealed. So perhaps this is, I mean, think of, I look at it, when I was younger, there was a little airplane thing called a paraplane, and it had a parachute and a frame about this size with a propeller on it, and you would go along the ground with the parachute. It was a parasail, and you would take off in a short length, and it was pretty rinky-dink. You can imagine 3 wheels on this wooden frame. That's about all it was, with a big propeller strapped onto it and a gasoline motor. But it was, exciting to think that you could actually fly and not have to have a full airplane and all that kind of thing. So this could be looked at as a primitive first test of the spaceship technology in a way. I mean, you've got all the criteria, and you've already been adjusting things to meet that criteria, focusing the different materials, the speeds and conditions and so on and so forth, creating it for a health condition. But there's a possibility with perhaps different ganses and slightly different conditions, but maybe with the same 4 reactor combination, that it could actually produce the type of fields that could interact and produce that positive positioning type of situation. The other thing is, and you've already sort of gone there in a way, is that people in a way take a trip with it as is. They, like you say, close their eyes and they're feeling the fields. They're, they might feel some exhilaration, or like they're getting lighter, or some other effects, traveling somewhere and so on and so forth, meeting up with strange people, strange entities that happen to be around, hanging around. So this is all part of the idea of going to space. And we go to space, we're going to meet up with such entities. And how do we navigate that? How do we, make sure that we're safe and help those that need help in those sort of situations, be of service? And it sounds like they did that in this case with that entity as well.
I did have, I think it was about 3 years ago, somebody report some strange, several people actually have reported some strange effects sitting in my 8 reactor unit, the Merkaba. And the first one was a person who may have had 2 souls, one of the beautiful people. One of them wasn't so beautiful, unfortunately, but he had a lot of problems with anxiety, and the zinc calmed him down immediately with that, just holding a patch on his chest. He had a kidney transplant from his bad years of being a rock and roll superstar. And so he was sitting for the first time in this unit, and he knows how to meditate. And he went into a meditate state, and all of a sudden, he jumps out of the machine. And I thought, what's going on here? And he said, when I was with my eyes closed and I was, went into this relaxed state and I was really starting to enjoy it, I felt I was swirling around, in space. He popped into an alien's lounge room face to face with some sort of ET, scared the daylights out of himself and this entity. And he then expressed, oh, don't worry about me, I'm harmless, and then quickly jumped out of the chair. And we shut down the unit. So it somehow connected in either interdimensionally or something with some other entity, which he described as the typical alien-looking stereotype that we know of. Another woman who is a much more grounded, logical person. She's Chinese, Hong Kong originally, came to Australia. A nurse, being nurse, she's very organised and everything. She's the secretary of our plasma group, so she's a very rational person. She went into a meditative state also in the unit, and she claimed she saw this female entity face to face, basically, and oh my God, who are you? And this is, depends on whether you believe these sort of things or not, but it was an elemental being, a fairy type creature that she came face to face with and entered into a bit of a dialogue with. These are some of the stories I hear, judge them as you may, but until you experience something strange like that, it certainly is all possible, because we're, when the new energy vision camera was brought in and photographed, it saw a portal on one of the walls while the thing was operating. So goodness knows what's going on with these things. We're still at, kindergarten level with all of this stuff. So nothing really can be dismissed until we really know the truth.
Well, even Mr. Keshe has talked years ago in one of his interviews. He talked about praying to the reactors that he created. He said he would he might load a reactor, up to 100 times a day, just trying different combinations and so on, having to reload the reactor. He said when he loaded the reactor, he would pray to it. And I'm thinking, pray to it? What do you mean? While I'm listening to this interview, this was before I hosted workshops and so on years ago. And he said that that there was these entities in the reactor, and he could actually see them because he had a viewport in the reactor and so on. And he interacted with them, and he would basically bless the reactor before he would start it, and say to these entities, his blessing was, I hope you're going to have as much fun with this today as I am. So he enjoyed, he had a joy, he had a joyful interaction with these entities that were created within this reactor. But on the other hand, this kind of powerful devices can sort of open up the space, and if someone's not used to that or not stable enough for that unveiling, then it might scare them. It might cause some sort of internal distress even, or whatever. So this is something that maybe we have to be a bit careful of with these kinds of devices. Mr. Keshe has kind of avoided, it's almost a medical use in a way, but in another way, it's energy work, and there's so many people now that are involved with energy work in so many different levels, and they know what it's like to feel fields, and they know when it's beneficial, when it's not beneficial. the people like you were talking about that could tell when something wasn't quite right, and you would adjust it, and then, you know, get in the sweet zone where it works properly and so on. That's all part of the experimental process, and part of, you know, learning how the fields work and how to control the fields for benefit of all. So it's definitely a leading edge kind of field to be in spite of a few years or more of this technology that we've been exposed to. But actually doing it, and now you have like 3 units in your house, that's you know, you're a serious user there. You become sensitive, you know what you're talking about. You know, Jalal had a bunch of questions for you and you had all the answers, and it was quite nice. So congratulations on your adventure here.
Oh, I glow in the dark.
I glow in the light.
Yeah. I thought you might be a mushroom in that cellar there, Rick.
Well, I've been somewhat of a recluse in my life, my personal life, but I'm still glowing every day. So getting older and still kicking, even
Now,
better every year.
I will have to say a bit of a disclaimer here, because I know this is a public broadcast and there'll be others that will watch this. These units, if you know what you're doing and your ganses are pure and you know you've made good ganses, can be very, very beneficial, but they can be too effective. They can be too good unit. And in the very early days, as Rodrigo also found, if somebody comes and sits in this with a very chronic illness for a period of time, and it does take, you know, half an hour twice a day over a period of a month or 2 months, but you will see effects start positively happening with advanced cancers and things within weeks. If you go too fast and you don't know what you're doing and you're not doing medical supervision, and you must in the case of chronic illnesses, you can kill off that cancer, but then your body is full of dead tissue, and that will take out the liver. And it'll actually end up a worse situation for that person. So for advanced chronic illnesses and stuff like that, you have to have medical supervision, and you should consult the Keshe medical team to understand what's going on and how to tailor the situation and how to detox the body as you're going through these processes. It's crucial, and we've seen a couple of results where not me, the patient themselves were self-treating themselves with a unit they come across, and they within a week had gone from virtually a living corpse to moving around and running about, but they had no way of detoxing their liver. They had had all their bowels removed and all sorts of things happened, and the liver just got overwhelmed by all this dead cancer tissue, and these people, that person passed. But they were basically coming back to normality, but it went way too fast for the body to adjust. So I should stress that for mild problems, these units are great and you can use them. But if it's a chronic illness, you must have medical supervision by people that are aware of plasma. So basically like the Keshe medical team, some of those doctors like Cornelius and that who know about plasma, but also traditional medicine. And they can see the signs that, whoops, we're going too fast, too far. This is similar to the unit that was used on the Chinese gentleman in Beijing that worked with his Parkinson's and his Alzheimer's. That was a Klaus machine with the tripods and everything, but it was a 4-reactor system with the spinning balls that I could see in the video. So this technology will help. You can make it yourself. It costs about $400 or $500. depending on how much you pay for the reactors and the frame and everything. And it can help you with a lot of general conditions, but be very careful with extreme chronic conditions that could become life-threatening if you heal yourself way too fast. The body's got to adjust.
That's
And-
really good.
Can I jump here?
Yeah.
I need to jump here.
Oh, good. You got to skip the road?
Jump in, the water's fine.
Okay. I am thinking about the reactors. I'm not thinking about the other things. Red, blue, black. This is the first reactor. And this is the second reactor. And the third reactor. This one need to be here. Then you use another spectrum of the colors. This one need be here. And let's say this one. Let's say this one. One, two, three, three, 4, 5, 5, 6, 1. What you will have? This is in one level. This is the second level. This is the third level. Your reactors should be like this. One level, second level, third level. The gases, when you rotate them, they will fix themselves in this manner, like this. If you choose to put one sort of gas in this reactor, any color you choose, let's say red, the second reactor, which is slightly above in the height, it should have red in it, and plus another gas. The third one, slightly above, it should have the blue one, and slightly another one, let's say black. If you want to connect it to this one, in this case, it should be like this. Then you are sure that all three is connected. You see my point, Neil?
Yeah, I can, and I can. You know, there's a lot of things that you can do with these different units. That's why I've now got 3 different configurations. Although this configuration, the one that you're looking at, is for a fixed purpose to be a general unit that can be passed around. Different people borrow it and use it for several months to get rid of their ache in the knee or their bad leg, or their headaches or whatever. But certainly I'd like to get a lab. Well, I've got a lab, I suppose, called my garage, and start doing some more experiments. But we're still waiting for somebody to develop a way of visualizing how these fields look and flow, other than touchy-feely. Oh, I think I can feel it. I can feel the fields. No, you're a bloke. You can't feel the fields and all that sort of stuff. I can feel strong fields, but subtle fields, I'm just saturated. As I said, I probably glow in the dark. So it's finding people that can give you a good feedback of what's going on and what they feel. And that's why I enjoyed having 25 guinea pigs at this party last Sunday. And each one is describing different things that they felt. For example, I was explaining when the 2 reactors were off center, they said it was like they were on a boat and it was rocking them all the time when it was off center. So having reactors in different layers, we're going to create turbulence in the fields, and you're going to get friction also. The decision is then, what do we do with that friction? What's going to happen in that friction between the 2 different fields? Matter can be formed. Do we want matter to be formed in the middle of our veins or things like that? And what matter is it being formed? I did an experiment trying to make GANs of GANSs, where I had 2 saltwater tubs near each other, and they just had salt water in them, 15% salt. And then on the outside of one of the tubs, I had 2 very strong GANs patches, one copper and one zinc. And then near that, about 6 inches, 8 inches away, was a Cup of Life kit generating. And I got this dark olive green GANs forming in both of the tubs, but most of the GANs formed in the tub of 15% salt water that had no plasma attached to the sides or anything. It was just within a field friction area, and where the fields were able to slow down enough into 15% salt that made this olive green material. So this was being created by the friction of the fields, as Mr. Keshe describes. But what is that olive green material? It's a very strong field, but I've no idea what it is. People that hold it, well, we have to be careful. Do we want that stuff forming in the salinity of our own bodies when we don't know what it is?
Okay, let me ask a question for the guys. Maybe it help me also in my thinking. You have a plate, let's say a zinc plate, and you have, let's say, a nano plate. Number 1, number 2. What I have done to number 1 and how it acts, and what is number 2 and how it acts. And don't forget the environment. I put it in. Number 1, I have extended the field of this plate. Yes?
Yeah.
So I have more motion than physicality, matter state. Number 2, I have less motion equal to the matter state. If I say the nano coating is now strength of, due to the matter state, let's say now it's strength 707 equal to the matter state 1. You know what I mean in that? You have, when you go less in matter state, that means you have more motion in this entity.
Yeah, that's the weaker field, and the other one is stronger, so it's feeding the weaker.
Yeah. So if I want GANs of the GANs, how I did create the first GANs?
Well, the potential difference when you have the connection of the two plates with your LED.
Who is the dictator here? Who's dictate the condition?
The nano.
The nano.
Why?
Because they extend the field is like a magnet. It's giving, it's a higher level.
Okay. What about now if I put a nano coating here, a nano coating here, in this environment? What I will have?
Cup 1 in the cup of brain, the 5-cup system, all nanocoded connected to each other.
Thank you very much. Do you have any? Do you have any meta state?
It's all fields.
Thank you very much. Good. I need to go back to work.
Enjoy.
I will clear that. Thank you.
Yeah, so essentially, there's a lot of experimentation still needs to be done, and somehow we need to allow this all to be shared a bit more. None of us that are playing around hear anything anymore of what the other groups are doing, like, for example, the medical group. You know, if you're not a qualified doctor, you're excluded. I'm a research biochemist once upon a time, but, you know, so I've had to do my own experimentation separate, probably reproducing what others have already done. You know, what Rodrigo and Klaus and different people have done in the past. So in some ways, I suppose we're separate experiments going on. We're proving the same thing as capable of anybody to recreate and do, and so it becomes more self-empowering. You know, with the basic answers, I haven't found any way other than being careful that you don't, you know, go too quickly healing a chronic illness. But if you're not so chronic, you've just got mild problems you want to sort out, there's no problem about getting a couple of balls, a couple of fan motors, booking some GANs on and start doing some experiments, see what happens. But it does take time.
Do you have any picture of your star tetrahedron to show us?
Yeah, they're all over the golden age of GANs. If you search my name,
I don't have Facebook.
I'll just make a fake name up, you know.
I don't want Facebook. Can't you just share one picture?
I'm not in the capable of sharing, but Rick might be able to find them. With those ones, I've got drawings of vortexes, field direction flows. We use pendulums, did experiments, and got that all sorted out.
And the measurements are the same as this one that we see on the picture right now, or just that it's a double size kind of, or not double, but it's two of them. The similar angles, or is it different angle?
No, it's built completely different frame situation. So
Okay.
using polypipe to hold up, and then shelving along the polypipe four-legged frame.
Oh yeah, yeah.
It doesn't even look like a Merkaba or anything, but when you follow it geometrically, just trying to think if I can get a picture to Rick.
Do you know when it was? I'm searching in the Golden Age of GANs, and I've got the October 28th, but that's the Dragon's Tail. And then there's August 25th, the Cup of Brain. Is that it?
Balls?
Pardon me?
You remember the video of the wobbling balls that you showed about 6 months ago? That was on the Golden Age of GANs too.
Yeah, there's one from August 25th, Cup of Brain. Is that the one you're talking about?
No, that's more recent. That's not of the. That's just showing the cup.
June 30th. Emotional balancing system. Based on the 315th Knowledge Seekers Workshop, there's pictures of.
Yeah, that's the cup of.
What are we after here again? Which pictures? Or maybe I can key into it some other way.
Here we are. I've got one here. I'll just email it to you now.
Okay.
H. Marty is looking in your chronology in Facebook when it's posted in the Golden Age. Indeed, in fact, of searching in the Golden Age. Look in your chronology in the Facebook, in your page, and you see all your posting. And see
What do
the
you mean
picture.
by what do you mean by your? He doesn't do Facebook. You mean me? For me? Or
No,
for?
the person who is posted this.
I'm not even sure he posted it because he doesn't use Facebook. So
I just emailed you a picture of the unit.
okay. Through which medium?
Email.
There is one quote of Mr. Keshe, 2 centimeter reactor. It will give you a tent of 100 meter. You can expand it to 100 meter. So your reactors, I think, it went 1,000 kilometer. That's why I don't think you. I don't think you will see the border of it.
There was probably spaceships parked over my house on Sunday. What's going on down there?
Yeah, maybe that's why this guy who the publisher of this book he came.
Yeah.
you reach him on the other side.
Yeah, exactly. So that's the Merkaba. If you the shelf from the bottom is the base of the top tetrahedron, and the top shelf is the inverted base of the bottom tetrahedron. But they're all mapped out using geometric models and that. So it's a proper Merkaba or star octahedron, if you want to call that.
Yeah,
and that's using Shenlin reactors.
I see. I guess that's the easy way to do it, of course. Yeah,
Yeah, it is. but it's not portable. So I had to make this smaller unit portable so I could go out into the field and help other people.
But when you made this, you weren't doing it according to that idea that it's supposed to be, what is it, 4 meters in diameters or something like that. So this is actually smaller Merkaba.
Yeah, the shelf lengths are about 1.6 meters as well, from 1.5 meter point to point. The main thing is to create a Merkaba that you could sit within and not be too close to the balls.
Okay. Oh, thank you. That's nice to see.
This is a beautiful unit to sit in. You got the plasma all around you, and you got this amazing free plasma zone in the middle. It's and it's all primarily CO2 and zinc fields in varying strengths.
Yeah, like you said, there was like in there, but you had 2 cores. You said in this reactor.
So a unit like this, if you had extra balls, it would be great, because then you could put varying mixes of ganses in different balls for different treatments and different conditions. So I can imagine this particular one, all the reactors at the moment are running anti-clockwise. It's the most comfortable to sit in. But in the past, I had the inverted bottom tetrahedron, which is primarily CO2 strengths, running clockwise. And the top one, which is primarily zinc in the top tetrahedron, was more zinc fields. And that would create different effects as well. For those who have read Melchizedek's book, he's describing the Merkaba as counter-rotating tetrahedrons. And if you get that right, then you can travel anywhere in the universe with your soul. But I wasn't planning to travel anywhere. All I wanted to do was just maintain a nice, healthy body, flesh vehicle for my own soul here while he's on this planet. And so this is my personal unit, but people that visit me often will come and hop in it, and it's done a variety of effects for them, different things. It usually immediately stops their bad back or whatever problem they have as soon as they sit in it. But plasma is a bit like a Panadol. It'll give you the pain relief, but if you don't sustain the fields, as soon as you're out of the field environment, 24 hours later, the pain will come back. I experienced this. You've got a latency period. Before I went into major surgery, I was using plasma and sitting in an early version of this unit, and the vegan diet and all that sort of stuff. And I used the plasma, drinking it, bathing in it, spraying my body, sitting in the environment units, the plasmatrons, right up to the day of surgery. When I went into surgery, I came out 10 hours later, and another 10 hours later, I woke up connected to all these anesthetics that you could self-administer. I had no pain. I didn't need to use anything. And very strangely enough, the nurses said, "Oh, you're not using your morphine. All right, we'll take it away." They didn't ask, "Why are you not feeling any pain?" I had also smuggled in some patches and my pain pens into the hospital. Tell them about that. They would have pitched them. But in 3 days, they kicked me out of the hospital because I was up and walking around and I had a bowel resection. Within the first day, I used the pain pens to open up the bowel and get peristalsis going again. That was just 2 pain pens, like needle fingers working away. And you could actually feel it like there's 2 fingers inside your body moving around. And then suddenly the muscles relaxed, the gas came out, and I had no discomfort. But by the end of the 3rd day, I'm up walking around, I'm on solid fuel, the meals and everything. They kicked me out of the hospital, said, "Well, we need your bed." And I'm walking through Woolies doing my shopping after having 1/3 of my colon removed. The power of the plasma is amazing. And it had a residual effect for 48 hours of saturating yourself with the fields, the CO2, gets rid of the pain, opens up, vasodilates, suppresses nerve transmission, but you still get major pain transmission. All the minor throbbing stuff doesn't happen. And so I just use patches, never touched any drugs, which are probably really avoid big pharma.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Sort of stuff should be in every hospital. They should have pain pens, patches on the beds, like big blankets, like they used with Giovanni's daughter. When she had her pain, they just put that big blanket of plasma and all her pain went. She had shattered pelvis and everything. This should be everywhere, but until the world changes, and hopefully that'll happen within the next 2 months, when they resolve that issue that's going on in the States at the moment. And then the world will be allowed to change with all this new technology. The Keshe stuff will just be rolled out everywhere.
So be it.
That is my command, my wish.
Yep, so be it.
Mr. Keshe.
I have a different, not really a question, but more like a comment or a question or something. I made this little. I took this plastic tubing and I made a circle big enough to fit over my head, and then
And then I think we lost your audio there.
God doesn't want the people talking about putting halos on their heads. It puts him out of a job.
You still there, Vajra? Not able to hear you. Your microphone's open to it, but your audio stopped being audio. Oh, I think he has to restart. Well, it's an interesting thing about the hoops around the head, and you mentioned around the body as well. I was thinking, what if you had a hat basically that you put on, but it had these rings attached to it with strings or wires, and each ring would be attached to the next ring with strings or wires. So you'd have maybe 5 of these rings corresponding to the 5 cups around the, the head, the upper chest, the waist, the lower hips area, and then just sort of close to the feet. And you would walk along with this structure around you as basically a protective shielding, you could say. It'd be perfect for COVID. No one would want to get close to you. You look so strange. But it would actually provide those protective and healing fields wherever you walk. Do you kind of get what I'm talking about there?
Yeah. I was just thinking, now you walk through the supermarket, people would be freaked out. Yeah.
I have 2 wristlets. I made 2 wristlets with just the cup 2, so I have them on my wrist.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know if they do anything, but they're there, and I put them on every day. I take them off when I go to sleep. So
for the wrists, put CO2, a touch of calcium gans if you've got it.
No.
And a touch of copper, and you'll get rid of your arthritis in 8 months.
Yeah, I didn't have any, but thank you. Yeah, I'll remember it anyway maybe from other people. No, I was more thinking, but for me, it's more about enhancing the whole. What can we call it? The light potential of the body. To make it more light and luminous and enlightened. What would you suggest then?
Well, the CO2 in the rings will certainly connect with your blood system and flow the fields through your body. And I found that if you've got other patches on you in different places, they start connecting, communicating.
Absolutely.
So it's quite amazing. And what I found, I'll just sneak this out, won't publish it properly until I get the final results. But I had a growth on my arm, which was on an old vaccine, TB vaccine spot. And it had started forming into possibly a basal cell carcinoma, but I won't go near the medical system now, because once they do a biopsy, they spread it right through the body, and the bastards know that. So I will let that out if there's any doctors listening. Don't do biopsies because you spread right through. You let it into the lymphatic and you let it into the small. And that's what happened to me. It metastasized. So I know I had to hammer it very quickly. And the plasma system, this system, the vegan diet and medicinal cannabis mopped up all those cells and stopped any secondaries from ever appearing. And I was so disappointed, the specialists, when they found out that there was nothing for me. Oh, we expected you to be having your secondary by now. We were lining you up for chemo. Well, I fucked them up. Sorry, I shouldn't have said that. So I did an experiment with a multi-layer patch. Mr. Keshe talked about copper, zinc, and a CO2 layer. If you're working with anything on the skin, you've got the 3 different layers of the dermis, 3 different field effects. And that works really
in the same thing, or do you have them in separate
patches.
Physical layers?
Yeah, like sandwiches. And
okay,
depending also on the surface to volume ratio, you'll find that there is a stronger field effect coming out the edges of the patch than on the face of the patch. This is some of the earlier, this is all to do with surface to volume ratio. And
I agree. Actually, yeah. When I put patch on the top of my head, I usually feel it more on the sides of the patch than on the actual middle of the patch. Yeah,
that's right. So you can target by how you wrap the patches around your body if you're using patches. So anyway, I had these patches, 3 of them sandwiches, and on the zone on the arm where the old TB vaccine was. And it stopped it enlarging or growing any further. And there was some very slow reduction going on. But it was a 1 centimeter lump, so it was going to take a while. Then I made the cup of brain, the super zinc. And of course, as we know from the teachings of both Mr. Keshe, but also my booklet that I wrote that's on the Golden Age plasmainnature.com website, I shared this all over the place, the processing your chronic illness, a little booklet explaining my journey and the treatments that I used, and it's been shared widely. So you can find it here, there and everywhere. I think you've got a copy of that, Rick, somewhere in your archives. Anyway, on that, a German doctor also talked about with any terminal chronic illness, you'll get a shadow on the brain related to that organ. That was German New Medicine doctor, starts with H. Can't remember his name directly, but Mr. Keshe also said exactly the same things about you've got to work on the brain if you've got any chronic illness and find out what was the initial root cause. And it's usually a traumatic incident 3 or 4 years prior to the first onset of the chronic illness, whatever that may be. And Dr. Hamer, H-A-M-E-R, did this work back in the 1970s, published it out there. Of course, it got buried, as any good knowledge does. So I thought, right, well, let's try this super zinc patch on the head. 2 small patches, 1 on each side of the lobes of the brain, nestled within a beanie, a hat, like a Swiss ski hat. It's got double layers, so you haven't got the plastic against your head. You've got a little wool layer in between. Well, within 2 days, that lump had reduced 50% of its size. Every day from there on, it reduced. After a couple of months, that 1 centimeter lump is now less than half the size of a matchstick head. So the zinc accelerated. Yeah, that's the one. So the zinc accelerates the work of the other ganses when it's working directly on the brain. So you're repairing the brain as well as the other plasmas working in the location of your problem. So here we are talking about finding the seed, which Mr. Keshe talks about. Dr. Hamer talking about finding the emotional trigger, showing the black spot in the brain. Mr. Keshe also showed that pictures, I think, at one point. So have a close look at your MRIs when you, if you've got a real problem, and see if you can find out where that shadow is. Here I'm talking about surveying your environment, get rid of the radiation, diet and nutrition. And then I go in, there's Dr. T. Colin Campbell, the China study where they looked at the diets of lots and lots of cancer patients in China, and those that had a plant-based diet didn't get the problems. Also, at one point, quote The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy in this. So I'm talking about glyphosate here. That's extremely important to remove that from your diet. It's yeah, it's a nasty problem that's all through our food system, and that's causing a lot of problems. So all those fat people that can't get skinny, it's more likely that you've got glyphosate in your body where it should be an amino acid, and it's completely destroyed the enzyme that metabolizes the fat that's deposited in your body around the hips of women and then the belly of men. So you've got to get rid of that glyphosate, and then your enzymes will start working, will be replaced and start working. Then you can metabolize that fat, and then you'll find all these American people will suddenly become skinny people. And Australians. So now we're getting into plasma science. At the bottom, I talk a little bit about medicinal cannabis and other herbs that work with boosting your immune system and doing different things.
I have a question about that, because I have a friend who said he could, because I'm in Nepal, and he said that I can get he can get me some high class marijuana. And how do I make guns of marijuana?
There's 3 ways of doing it. I don't know whether medicinally it's effective, but some people say they feel stoned when they hold it. You can either use the caustic method, where you're copying exactly what the body does. That's the traditional way that many people are using to make herb ganses.
Cold caustic or hot caustic?
You're copying what the body does. So basically you break up the herb with a grinder or something like that, get it into a powder form.
Mm-hmm.
It's got to be dried. Or you could use wet materials.
We have half so far because it's very fresh. So it's kind of, it was harvested a few days ago.
Dry it out first. Grind it up in a mortar and pestle to a powder. You could then add a bit of acid to it to exactly what the stomach does, break down the cellulose.
And that, what do you mean by that? And how much in proportion? You mean caustic, I guess, acid.
Well, the pH of stomach acid is about pH 1 or 2, so you want to replicate that. So a strong bit of acid to break it all up to make a slurry. Let that work in the acid for a number of hours, or what your body does. You eat your meal and it's in your stomach for a number of hours. Then it gets neutralized. So you can use bicarbonate of soda or that will make a salt solution and bubble CO2 gas. That'll get rid of the acid. So you'll then have a sodium chloride. The hydrochloric acid will react with the sodium bicarbonate and make sodium chloride, the salt. That's important to help with GANS making. And then you do the caustic, which is what your bile is a very strong alkali. And so then you soak it in very strong caustic. It can be warm, hot, doesn't matter. But body temperature is good because you're copying what nature is, the body's doing. And then you leave it in the caustic probably for a week. Well, the food in your stomach doesn't stay in your your colon for that long. But I found if you want to make a good GANS, a week, and in that period you'll see a fluffy layer. It'll all be black and gunky, but then it'll start settling down. You'll get the clear zones, then you'll get the fluffy GANS on the top. And then after a week, you then start washing it with, pure water.
Mm-hmm.
And then you'll end up with a nice GANS. That GANS, you then add CO2 plasma water to push it right into the GANS state. And that becomes a very interesting GANS, the caustic method. The other method, the quick and lazy way, is to flash dry your herb. So basically get like a stainless steel ladle, sprinkle your herb right out, just put it over a gas stove or a flame, just until it starts warming up and the first little puff of smoke appears, but don't go any further. Don't carbonize it.
But doesn't it make a difference on what kind of GANS you're trying to create as far as the heat and temperature?
Well, the flash drying of the herb also creates a nano layer on the herb particles.
Right, but it makes a difference in what you're trying to create.
Yeah, and then you put that in CO2 plasma water, and you get a very strong GANS effect from that. The third way is to make a tea bag of your herb and put it into a working CO2 plasma kit that's making.
Oh.
But I believe the correct way is just drive it from your soul.
Anyway, can we continue? Yeah, we can have your fourth version afterwards. Please continue, Neil.
Yeah, so you'll have three different types of GANS with all three different field effects and field strengths, and they all have an effect on you. You can do that, but be careful. If you're making GANS, as Mr. Keshe said, one of the Dutch guys asked him, "How do I make a GANS of magic mushrooms?" And Mr. Keshe said, "Do you want everybody in your neighborhood to be tripping every day, all day?"
That's the thing, yeah.
Yeah, you can't.
You have to isolate it somehow. You have to put something around it to keep the waves. Keep the radiation.
So I don't bother about making GANSes of herbs or GANSes of medicines or GANSes of this or that, because just go back to your 4 basic GANSes and work with those 4 field strengths. You'll achieve more in the health than playing around with matter state and energy state and this and that and the other, because you won't know what all the side effects might be from, the GANS of cellulose, GANS of all the different things that are in the herbs, the material that's not the active. There's my original unit. See the rings?
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah, cool.
Yes, I was thinking of the same thing, except you would have a headband at the top and the rings would travel with you when you walk around.
Yeah. When you get older, geriatric, put wheels on the bottom and you got your own frame.
Great.
Put your shopping bags on the side.
Well, they have walkers that are similar to this in a way, so you could just have the rings around your walker and you'd be all set.
And what are you going to do when the police want to come and pick you up? What are you going to do then?
Yeah.
You're totally impervious. You're within your own zone. There's nothing that can harm you. Officer, there's nothing that can harm me, officer.
You see, I'm talking about plasma enemas there. That's a lot of fun. And if you do the coffee enemas, which is a really good liver detoxer, don't use cream and sugar in it. Just straight organic coffee.
And don't use 10 times more than you're supposed to, like a friend of mine did, and ended up being very high from coffee for several days.
Yeah. Or
Well, he made the coffee guns.
Coffee guns.
Oh, go ahead.
What did he do? Your friend?
Oh, that was years ago, before the days of GANs, and this is a common thing that people do is a coffee enema. It's supposed to be effective, but you're not supposed to use extremely high amount of coffee, which he happened to do, and that caused some issues.
Yeah, well, it
see.
goes up the hepatic artery straight from your bowels, straight into the liver. And there it stimulates the glutathione transferase production, as I'm reading on my own. So that's a very powerful free radical scavenger. And that'll detox your liver, you know, from all sorts of different problems. So that's a standard part of the Gerson therapy, which is proven to be very good at keeping people alive from extreme cancers. So here I go into other things, the other different plasma units. Some of the old coil health units don't seem to be used anymore, but I noticed the Polish guys are making the Magraf coil health units and selling those. And of course, there's a little bit there about the universal body enhancement unit prior to it actually being physically made and shown at Linz. I'm going to update this article with more knowledge as it comes along. There's one of Klaus's units with the 4-reactor unit, right, the woman. So that's the unit they used on the Chinese guy with the Parkinson's. And of course, working with the soul is the most important part. So I found when I put these zinc patches on my head, it accelerated what the other patches were doing in other parts of the body. So I think that's really important. And of course, Mr. Keshe showed us that in the very early days with those funny old bicycle helmets with the coils sticking through. So not really a good look to be walking around the shops with. But a plasma patch inside your beanie is no problems.
Yeah, and I thought about having like plasma rings, and you like have 2, 3, or maybe 3 to 5 layers starting from the middle of the head and then going outwards and bigger ring.
Yeah, well, experiment and report back to us.
But yeah, but I'm thinking what to use except zinc.
Zinc always and CO2. CO2 for the physicality, because you want the carbon fields for all living life forms. So you want the zinc for the nervous system. And then if you want, you need something for the lungs just by the sound of it there.
Was that you? Do you know your microphone's open?
That Mehnaz.
There it is.
Sorry, Neil. Rick, if when Neil finish his presentation, can you bring some teaching of Mr. Keshe? It's about 15 minutes. That it will add a lot to the knowledge.
Sure. Yeah.
It
Do
is.
you have a link or have a?
Yeah, it is 118. I hope it's right. 118.
Mm-hmm.
And when you bring it, just tell me. I will tell you where to go.
Okay.
After the presentation of Neil. Thank you.
So what do you think, Neil? Zinc, CO2, anything else?
They're the main ones, but if you're working with muscles and that, then you want to add copper. If you're working with repairing muscles, then
just on top of the head.
Yeah, or just on top of the head, it would be zinc, and you'll always have CO2 in your zinc anyway.
Please, yeah, you do. Yeah, that's the thing.
Touch magnesium. If you want to repair brain damage, like what they're doing in the hospital in Iran at the moment, I dare say they'll have omega-3s. You need the various salts. You need magnesium, so they can either be in GAN state or in
I understand, but I want to see Jalal's take on it.
Christopher, what are you doing interfering, and what's your problem here? Come out with it now. What's going on? What's your issue? You have a problem with people talking here? What's wrong?
I'm just confused on how the microphone works.
I don't think you're confused about the microphone. I think you just interrupted someone speaking.
No, I'm sorry.
You said to me privately, how well do you know your soul? where are these
Yes.
people from? And I said, and where, I said to you, what are you talking about? Do you have a problem here? I'm saying that now in public to you too. Do you have a problem here?
No, just listening.
Okay, then keep quiet until you are ready to speak and find a space in between and contribute to the conversation, or I'll kick you out. Thank you.
No, I was more thinking, you know, Neil, to what you can do to stimulate the pituitary gland and, of course, the pineal gland and these kind of things.
Certainly zinc.
Zinc.
Already got results of that. But the other one, Keshe has already told us this, you go to your 5-cup system, have a little shot glass underneath the center coil, then with a syringe, take out a couple of drops of the salt water, and I used isotonic salt water for the body part and seawater for down with the inertia and the maggrav fields of the planet, because you're talking about the planet there. But with that top layer, you take some of that water out, just the salt water that's been under that center coil, and you drop that on your third eye, you see what happens. A person that did that, she suddenly saw a ghost entity that we were talking about before. She immediately connected, but she's had that ability before on and off, but it'll open up your pineal and your third eye. If you've got a calcified pineal, then yeah, you've got to work out how to decalcify it and get rid of the fluoride. So maybe a very, very, very weak patch of fluoride of some sort that could, you know, pull that fluoride off your pineal. Has anybody else played with that? Decalcifying your pineal? I think there was a teaching about that somewhere in the past. But certainly having zinc, either having a zinc patch in your pillow slip at night as you sleep, will give you a stronger sleep and more vivid dreams, interesting dreams, and you will become more intuitive with time.
I noticed that with the dreams actually, and somehow this tubing that I was hanging around my neck with just the cup one, kind of added to that patch that I had in my pillow. I could really feel the difference when they were together. So if someone wants to try that, I definitely recommend it. It was, and as I said, for somehow it was like I got a little bit of a protected field around my arms and my neck, because usually I feel the draft from the wall, but I didn't feel the draft this night. So
yeah, you will. The Couple Life one is, of course, primarily zinc, magnesium, and copper, and the aminos if you've harvested those as well. And I'm seeing reports, have been seeing reports all over the Golden Age of GANs that people spraying their body with the Couple Life 1 and the Couple Life 2, copper one, not on their heads, you get a headache. They are cleaning up their little skin tags, and you know their skin's becoming better. They've got a field around them, and so wearing this as jewelry on your body, you know, a dog collar around your neck with GANs in it, that'll protect you if you're exposed to any viruses. It'll take their affect their energy fields. But of course, we all know that the COVID is, depending on which country you're in, is more than likely going to be influenza, the common cold, or something else that they're getting a positive test with.
Yeah, of course. No, it's not about, I mean, for me, it's more about understanding how you create interactions within your body, around your body, with the help of the patches. And now I started with these, dog collars, or what you call them.
Got a big field radiating out from that thin tube. So you imagine that hula hoop tube that you're wearing, you'll have another tube of energy around that, which will probably extend 0.5 meter.
Mm-hmm.
depending on this, how much GANs you might have in there with the plasma water.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
sensitive people will feel that. They'll probably look at you strange. First of all, why are you wearing a dog collar around your neck?
Oh, they don't see it. No, but the interesting part was I could really feel that it was like, because when I was laying in my bed before, I could feel, especially on my right side, because it's close to the wall, I could feel the cold draft coming from the concrete wall. But now I can't anymore since I put that dog collar on and the combination with the patches that I have in my pillow. So somehow it created a little protective field. I don't know if it is the combination or if it is only the collar in itself. I don't know. But yeah, it was interesting.
You know the work of Tom Salas and what happened in his home island, the Dominico?
No.
The cyclone? He just he had jars of CO2 plasma water all through his mother's garden.
Mm-hmm.
And other ganses everywhere. He had magravs in the house. And when the cyclone came, with the energy that the cyclone has and the charge, the field charge that the cyclone has, the house wasn't touched. You know, Rick will tell you about that, all of that. That video is quite famous. So if you've got these ganses on your body, you might be protected from a cyclone yourself.
Yeah.
Well, we might as well, now that you brought that up, we can have it's a 5-minute video and we can watch that, and it'll be an education for those who haven't seen it before.
Can I just add one more thing, just because I have it on my mind? Using nano-coated copper wires, people say don't put it on your body. I can understand that. But if I put it in a plastic tubing, is that be okay?
I think some people I've seen on the Golden Age GANs were playing around with things like that. They put it inside vinyl tubes and things, but
that brought up an answer by Mr. Keshe in the last workshop, or the one before. What did he say about that? Because it's a common question that comes up, and people have been worried about. It's true not to wear, the nanomaterials next to your skin, but I think he said it was okay with a separation with the nanomaterials.
Inside in the plastic tubing, for example. I thought, because I thought I could maybe twist it around my other plastic tubing and see if I could get a field interaction between the nano and the guns material.
Yeah, well, let us know if you grow antennas out the back of your head.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm looking for. Don't you know we have antennas already? I think this Melchizedek, what's his name? Drunvalo Melchizedek. He said that we have at least 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 or 6 tubings going through our head in different directions, and they make us more sensitive when we make them grow.
Yes,
how about that?
Antennas are good probably, but a tail is not. If you grow a tail, then you might be going the wrong direction.
Okay, I'll remember that.
The only problem with nanocoating is that the rubbing against the tube, all the nanoparticles will come off on the other where it's contacting the tubes. It's so fragile.
Okay, yeah.
There's ways you can do pretty solid nano coating. I've got some that is so solid that you have to scrape really hard to get it off. So some of it's fluffy, some of it's really embedded good, depending on the process.
Was that a hot caustic then?
One good way is with the caustic, and you put it in a baggie and put it in the sun, and just a little bit of a spoonful of caustic.
Okay.
And it seems to work really well after a few days. It's a very durable coating.
Okay, thank you. I'll try that.
The thing I would be concerned about having nanocoated copper coils on the body is exactly what Mr. Keshe and Mrs. Keshe prior to had said. Don't put the infinity loops on your body because it's a sponge for the EMF. The nano layers absorb other radiation and they get caught up in the superconductive layers of the nanocoating. And you don't want that on your body. You want that away from your body. So on the windows, the back of the phone, all this sort of stuff. So having a nanocoated EMF sponge on your body, I think might be a bit adverse to your health.
Yep.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Good discussion.
And somebody said once that they really liked this nano-coated, whatever it was, bracelet or something, and it made them feel really good. But I think Mr. Keshe's answer at that time was, it may make you feel good temporarily, but your body will start to rely on that device to feel good. And that's not a good relationship to have as a sort of a permanent condition, to have to rely on some device or material to make you feel good on a permanent basis like that. So it's
I agree. They
It's,
should be there to help us to enhance our experience, but not to make her dependent on it. Yeah.
or perhaps for part of a transition or something like
Yeah,
that.
exactly. That's how I see it. The whole technology, actually.
Okay, well, let's transition into the video here, and then we'll get back into things again. So this is from Tom Salas, shortly after the hurricane disaster. Okay. Oh, wait a minute. I think I have to share differently. Just a second here. There we go.
So I'm trying to give you an idea of where the edges are to what we might be looking at for some kind of a protective dome for that the plasma has given us. So what I'm doing here is I've started in front of the house and I'm walking down the track, and you can see there's the flowers, everything's all right, a little bit tangly, but it's all right. Beautiful. Flowers, we got flowers. And there's the bottom of the track. And that's the kind of state of things. So you can see there is a difference. Is it the plasma? We just don't know, but I suspect yes. Sure, it's a different vibration. And I'll go and stand right in the center in front of the house. Say hi. The way it looks right in front of the house. There's our beautiful mountains that were once green and then now brown. Right, here's the little shed that's intact, and kind of over the top there is my little house shack that got blown down. Kind of over there is the other shack that got blown down. So we feel that there was like a ring of, let's call it a ring of oasis around the house of a couple of 100 feet, and then there was an edge to that ring where things started to get a bit more vulnerable. We don't know if that's the case or not, but have a look for yourself. It's certainly a nicer vibe up here than it is down at the bottom of the truck. So here's the little bed that I was telling Carolina about. We've got pineapple, chardon bene, that's mulberry, that's moringa, what's that, Chinese cabbage, that's aubergine, spinach, one is. You've got basilic looking good, pineapple on the way, and somewhere in there look, you can see there's a jar of plasma. Perhaps that helped that bed to stay intact through the hurricane. We don't know for sure, but maybe.
Okay, so that was the Tom Salas classical Oasis video. Now you know that one, Fajra.
Yep.
Okay, perhaps we can. Okay, go ahead.
Difference. That was a huge difference, I must say.
Yeah,
I mean,
sure
the
was.
perimeter, inside, outside, it's like, wow. Not a leaf on the trees, yeah, that's something.
And the whole house was created using Gans water to make the actual materials in the house and so on. That's the way I understand it. As well as various GANs and other plasma technology around the property.
Mm.
And of course, the plants look very happy there.
Indeed, yeah.
Okay, perhaps we can move on to the 118th Knowledge Seekers Workshop that Jalal wanted to bring up. Are you around, Jalal? Can you break free? He may not be available right away. So in the meantime, do we have some other?
I am here.
Oh,
I was running. I was running. Okay. Go to the last 20 minutes. Just let's see where. Yeah. Go back. Yes, here. Yes. Listen to this, guys.
Zinc on.
Go a little bit back. 1-2 minutes. listen to that, please, and you will understand a lot. And for who said he want to make ganses of marijuana, please, you are working with the plasma. You are responsible of what you are creating. And that meaning, if you want to be present with a laugh of a child, do you go and marry and create a child to have this moment? You will be responsible for that all your life. Or you go to a place where the children playing and laughing and be present in that moment. The meaning is you are really responsible about what you are creating, because you are interfering and changing a matter to something else. So have a good time with that teaching. Go ahead, Jake, please. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Lal. Here we go.
The patience of the universe and not the patience of the elephant. You wait till things happen. You don't mind. So if this is your container and you put your copper oxides nano coated and you put a zinc on the other side, the whole purpose is to produce a field of carbon. When you are outside, why don't you nano coat your zinc plates too? Because now the field of nano coat goes further than the matter state. And you still get the same rate of production, even more. If you're in water, yes, okay, put your zinc and a copper. But if you do it outside, I mentioned this in one of the teachings and nobody picked on it, and I repeated it a couple of times, nobody understood, and that's how it was left. Because now the matter state has a field to here. The zinc state of nanomaterial has here. Why don't you get nano-coated copper and zinc nano-coated or the GaNs and put it in the water? You still create carbon. You still will create CO2. But with a stronger field, because this is the beauty of this technology. You haven't changed the material on your plate. It's the same plate. But by making the GaNs of it or nanomaterial of it, matter state field is this much from the plate. Nano is this much. When you have a GaNs, is this much. This is what I tell you, the technology, the knowledge has become a spoon-fed knowledge, and this is, I feed when I want, so I'm in charge. But this is wrong, because you have to be in charge. You have to extend the knowledge. You've seen this. I talked about this even a couple of weeks ago. Go back on the knowledge. Go back on what was taught. Add to the knowledge or understand the knowledge correctly. Let's expand on this. Now we are here. I was talking about this with Caroline last night, or last night. She was asking me the question, what is that? I said, oh, now I understand. This is the repetition of the lesson to Caroline last night on the dinner table. You have a plate. Up to now, you put the plates inside. This is what you've done. And you created CO2. Some of you did a little bit to go further. This is the problem with you lot. Don't go little, go all the way. If you understand it, you go all the way. If you don't understand it, you go little. See, let others make mistakes. You already made a mistake. You joined the Keshe Foundation, so make all the mistakes all the way through. So you put in there, you're happy, you put your zinc plate inside, and you're nano-coated because you don't want to lose your nano-coating in it. So it means you haven't understood the totality of the knowledge. You're working with a field plasma. We call it the field plasma technology. So go back to what the others did if you don't feel safe. Orange, zinc oxide, copper oxide, CH3, and give me a color, amino acid. What you did, you filled up with water, you drank it, says, oh yes, it tastes like an orange, it feels like an orange, I feel good. So why can't you translate the knowledge across? If you could bring the feel and the taste of the orange here by putting the ganses outside, how far are we from the technology understanding? Now, do the same with your zinc. Put your zinc outside, GANs of it, put your nano-coated GANs of the copper, you still make the field of carbon. You make a pure CO2. Massive amount. You don't need to be inside it. But you still have one dilemma, because you can't say they can't be there. You put it in the water to see it at the bottom. But we moved from this. This is last century teaching. 3 months ago in Keshe Foundation is like 1,000 years evolution of the man understanding. This is from 1,000 years ago, donkey time. We have moved to field technology. You still have a GANs. You understood that much. You have your GANSes there. You have created a field. So in this space, there is a field of the copper without oxidization. You put the water in, now you have a carbon. If you can convert this field, you will receive a pure diamond. I spoke how to make crystals. You never listened. It's the repetition. Put the water in there, you want CO2, you get CO2. Extend the knowledge further. I want to know how many of you will do this. You made the orange juice water, put the orange here, and now do the reverse. And try to breathe from the environment on the top. And see if you feel the taste of the orange, the energy of the orange. The answer is yes, before you try. But try it because you want to be convinced. Show me I believe it, because you don't even trust in the knowledge you carried. We entered from the plasma into field. We haven't changed the knowledge. It's the same. When you took the water, you drank it, you already entered the field plasma technology. But you need the water to confirm it. If you put the orange on the top of it without any water and breathe through it or walk in that space, you'll be literally, what can I say, swimming in the field of the oranges. You'll be orange in color as well if you want to stay along with them. Because you haven't understood one part of it. The part I explained many times. Vertical people are the same as horizontal people. And then they're all made of amino acid. That's why smell of orange, taste of orange, body of the orange is an amino acid which you have created the balance for it, and it's trying to create a field balance. That's how you brought it here. This is what I was teaching yesterday to the doctors. Maybe you can understand. Maybe we can teach you understand a little bit of it, but I'm sure you understand a lot of it. You had the orange, you had the fields, but you had to have a water to confirm you're right, because the man has to see it to believe it. That's why we never believe anybody who says, I love you, because there is no bucket to show the size of the love. You have a system. You have a burned hand. You put amino acid, you put the zinc, you put the CH3, you put copper oxide, and a couple of other things if you understand it. You put the perfect hand, which hasn't been burned. You transfer the energy of here. You bring the burned hand and put it back up. The energy will heal you in no time. You have brought the replication of the totality of the structure into the plasma. Field plasma technology is far beyond the understanding of the man. You have a pain, you have a burn, because it's there. In the teachings I explained, use 3 different layers. Past few days I taught this again and again. But you have to see the water to be able to do it. Then I believe it. Man has been made scared of his own shadow in accepting a new knowledge, because then they can't control it. And it's done nothing but by the church and the religion. And in the space, there is no religion, and there is no church and mosques. Try it. This is what's called the field technology. I brought you in through, you checked, you're happy, you have a GANs, now become magicians. What do we call them? The people who played with chemicals and elements, they're called alchemists. Now you become plasmacists. Play with the field of plasma. This is what the universe is made of. The fields of the universe arrives here, becomes you and me, the dog and the rest. Otherwise, it wasn't here. You have to create the condition of it. You have to understand the totality of it, because that's why you're not sure. Somebody else has shown that color. Mine is a slightly different color. Am I right? Of course you are. Lack of confidence is by taking the confidence, and so what they've done to you, peer review. One of the things I think is going to be done in the new generation is to take PSVK out of the circulation, because it's become another peer review system which is built in by the same people. Another means of control, because they give you enough that they can control and what you can have. I will not donate a single cent to this organization, because it's another structure of mind control. Better shut than you going around the internet, reading everyone's work, and then you take from them what you think according to you is correct. Not for people to take you out. It's very strange.
I hope this will add to you guys. It will add a lot.
So what are people taking away from this video? That we can put the zinc and the copper outside, and the fields will still be there. Yeah. Okay. What else? Tell me. I would love to know.
Lack of confidence when you're speaking about fields. Hi, I'm Dan from Romania, sorry. when you're speaking about trust, the confidence, the experience, or to the other, or your experience, your trust to make it, because you are safe in what you are making, because your soul knowing better and you like a physicality. When he's speaking about the fields, it's not only the nano copper, nano zinc, and the place, it's outside or inside. It's about understanding what you are doing, what you achieve, what is interaction between fields. And I stop.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. But I admit that I don't really understand it fully, and that's why I'm asking.
The principle of, let's say, transfer of fields. When you make the patch, when you make drinking water, when you drink the water, you have water in plasma shape inside you. You have also in the environment, in the atmospheric condition, you have also water. You have in the cloud, in the magnetosphere of this earth, you have the water, fields of water. You say it's the same water, but in different strength.
Yes.
When Jalal saying, or Mr. Keshe, or everybody is saying 3 layers, you are position. You have always something down and something up, which means lower or higher. When you make this transfer of fields, the bigger to the smaller, or stronger to the weaker, if you are putting in the middle or between these, you achieve transfer. When it's, let's say, interlocking, it's blocking because it's one to the other, it create the proper magnetosphere of this field. When Mr. Keshe is talking about the field of copper, of carbon, you think, I don't know, carbon 12, no, graphene. You think diamond, but it's in the matter state. When you think in the plasma level, or let's say, you can say oxygen without something, or nitrogen with something. It's way of thinking. You can say atom, primordial atom, or you can say two neutrons. You can say anything because it's the same thing. It's the way of looking. This is what I understand. We are the cup. We have all the guns surrounding. You make the gradient. You make the flow fields. When you put the patch, or when you make the bat, you create the patch. You create the flow field. When you have some guns creating your hand by your intention, you have also this patch. When you're creating, it's many examples. It's better shut up. Rick, by the way, I giving to you half of my testimonial, no, with this nail in the back, with this injury. After in the morning, I wake up, no pain, no nothing. I take the picture in the night, in the 9 in the morning, and she see the difference. What doing the cup, let's say cup 2, cup of 1 cup on life number 1, which means the soul of physicality, and how the plasma interact. And I mute myself.
Okay, thanks, Dan. So you're going to show them at some point? Or are you going to save the pictures for the testimonials?
I can show you now for seeing, or I keep to the testimonial. How you wish, how we wish.
Guys, this 15 minutes of teaching, if you are really understand what is behind it, and how you create every second in this 15 minutes. You see in the right side, space technology, health, nano, energy, all of them, and what in that board is there. Transportation, energy, health, nano, materials, whatever you want. And if you want, let me give you one tip. If you want to go back to the health of 10 years, you can do it. If you want to go back to the health of 20 years, you can go. Only you need this small structure. 4 basic ganses. That's all what you need. And you can add a little bit here and there. Calcium, magnesium, phosphorus, something like this. If you put your hand, healthy hand, it will cure the badly hand. Just bring something before you get sick from yours. It has the whole information of that time, that period. Just put it as an orange on the top. What you will have? You have all information of that period of time. But be careful, maybe you are mentally in that time. But look, it is so easy, so simple that really you miss it. The first creation, it's interaction between low field and high field, metastate and nano. Go a little bit above. Make the nano low field. What you need, a high field. You say GANs? Okay. Go a little bit up. Take a GANs as a low field. What is the high field? Higher than the GANSes. And if you find that, make it a low field. Go to above. Don't look to the metastate structure. Once you've done that and you have a CO2 in your hand, analyze it. Just stop and analyze what you're doing and what you have. And if you sit there for 1 year, it's no matter. You are in the right direction because you are analyzing what you are doing. But as Mr. Cass said, you are very hurried to have the results. You missed a lot. And this is actually what we are missing. Because we understand Neil had done it. Okay, I need to do it. So what he done? Okay, a reactor. He put that. Okay, I done the same thing. But I didn't stop and analyze what I am doing. What is the condition? What is the environment? Who is taking from this environment? Who is giving to this environment? And it's all 2 magnets all over the place. 2 magnets, give and take. Which one take, which one give, which one push, which one pull. I think, guys, you all really, you all have the knowledge. Absolutely all of you. But just stand still and analyze. That's all. Thank you, guys. I will be in the background.
Good morning, everybody. This is Jacko from Switzerland. I just wanted to add a little bit for this. Thank you, Jalal. In fact, our body is a manifestation from the soul. So, in fact, we do nothing else than manifest all the time. And I think if we get control over this manifestation, everything is possible. The way is just to find the key how to do. And I think that is what we're all working for. Because if we find that we are free, we can travel, we can do everything what we want. But in fact, we already do. And the cups we have, the stickers, are in fact our playground to test, to play with it, to find out how to do it. And even if times are rough at the moment, I think is the positive thing that is the chance that we can change. So let's find the key together. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Jacko. Okay, anybody else like to come forward? Jefferson.
Hello, Rick. Hello, everybody. Good morning, Jefferson from Brazil. It's amazing experience to be with you as been in the last few weeks. It's amazing. Well, I'd like to share, I don't know how I can do exactly, one picture of a device that I made yesterday. I was reading one of the Mr. Keshe teachings about health, about lungs. And I saw that guy from Vietnam and his experiments with only the balls, like he was calling something like Wi-Fi, 5D or something. I was on the teaching in the Farsi on Monday. It took around 6 hours and he didn't explain everything that he wanted. Had no time, but it was amazing. It is amazing.
Yeah, he did about a half-hour show in the One Nation, One Planet, One Race for World Peace on Tuesday.
Yes, only half hour. I listened for almost 6 hours on the Farsi teaching on Monday. I think they're gonna make it every week, half hour or something. That's very extensive. Yeah. So I'd like to show one picture that a device that I made. I would like to have the opportunity to have your opinion. That's sure. One thing.
Okay, you should be able to share there. I think I'll stop the sharing. It might be easier to dial in.
Can I go?
You should be able to.
Let me check it. I don't know. I haven't done it yet. Well, I think it is. Yes. Have you seen it there?
Yes, we see it there now.
I think I have a better picture.
If you can make it bigger, that would be better, but it might be just the way it is. Oh yeah, that's better. Well, now we see bigger picture, but we lost some of the sides of it. That's pretty good. We can see what's going on there now. Oh, I see. Now we get it. Now we see the tube part. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's a hybrid system in my mind, in my head. That's this Wi-Fi system that with the star formation. But inside the balls, I just put one drop from each cup from the 5-cup set. But in the ring around, I put the inertia against water. To complete in the water, I have some gas from cup of life number 1, number 2, ZNO, and 10% or 20% salt water from one reactor, running reactor. And that's the thing. I have a better picture, I think. Can I exchange this?
You should be able to. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Let me check it again. Okay, another one. May I send a video?
Do you want to start a video? Is that what you mean?
Yes.
A live video or one that's already
No,
recorded?
no, it's already recorded.
Yep, you
It's
should
10
be able
seconds.
to do that. You'll have to check whether you want to share the audio or not.
Oh, there is no, only the noise.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Let me see. Well, where it is? Well, here I don't have the video available, I think. No. Sorry, I don't find the video.
Okay.
That's no problem. Let me put another picture here, just to have it. Should be available, but it is not. No. maybe. Yeah, that it is.
Yep.
Yeah, you understand already. This is just a breathable device mixed with the Wi-Fi, just a star formation, but used with the drops from the 5-cup set. That's all. That's what I'd like to have your opinion. If what's going on? I've tried. It's good.
So is there GANs in the water itself or just in the balls?
Well, Rick, in the balls, in fact, I would not put anything, only my intention and the wishes. But I'm connected to the physicality so much, so I put 1 drop. And the ball, in the upper ball, I put 1 drop from cup number 1. And a little bit of amino acid of it. And then in the lower balls, I put 1 drop from cup number 2, 1 drop from cup number 3, and 1 drop in a ball with cup number 5. And the ring around, I put the water and a little bit amino acid of inertia, cup number 4. And that's it. Inside I made GANs, a little bit GANs of cup 1, or cup of life 2, CO2, a little bit salted water, just to create like a sea in the physicality. But before I put in water, I understood that I should not put anything. It would work the same. But I still like to hear the bubble coming up. And that's it. I just tried. I made it yesterday. I finished yesterday night. So I'd like to share it here and to have opinion of you all with the wisdom, as usual. Thank you very much.
Well, to me, it seems great as a design, and it seems like something that if I had one at home, that I'd want to be, using it. Seems both practical and an elegant design, you might say. I was thinking if you put ice cubes in, you might get some really nice cool air coming through as well, which could be good for certain times. Other times it may be counterindicated.
Yeah, it's a good idea. You see the upper part, just like a filter. This is this tub, this plastic tub, it's from an aquarium pump, so you can just pump it off the water from an aquarium. I just cut it, but in the upper part, it's just like a filter, where the intake of the air when you pull it. So I think I can put some plasmatic or some tea on there, plasmatic tea maybe, so you can have the fields from the whatever you put in there. It's go direct to the mind, because I was in that class with Miss Elia Kosov. Mr. Keshe was talking about the lungs and how the lungs works and make the energy with the heart and the head and the thymus, where the free plasma, I think it is. I'm trying to think how to activate this point, maybe with sound. I don't know. I've been thinking about this. My mind all day long is just having these thoughts. It comes, it changes things, change cups, changes. Sometimes I'm connected with all of you. I have some thoughts, just like the device that the friend from Australia was showing. That's beautiful, amazing. So I've been looking to fields, in fact, and I believe you can make amazing things just with the fields itself. That's it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Jefferson.
You're welcome.
Any other comments or questions?
I like the idea. I think it's a very good idea. I haven't done any five stacker myself, so I can't replicate it. But if I would definitely try to do something like that. Seems like a very easy way to physically induce yourself with the 5 stacker fields.
Yes, it was very easy to do. Only the ping pong balls, just, I think I made it in 10 bucks in my currency here.
Are the ping pong balls glued to the bottom, or how do they stay down?
Oh, yes, I put those double face tapes, just cut
okay.
it. I glued the ball in a water cap, those drinking water caps. So I just glue, and I put in the structure. I put it with the double face.
I see.
I tried before. I made some tests with the ball, if it would withstand the water and the fluctuability of the ball. So I think that I can put more water and cover all this lower ball. I can take all this water off and keep all of the field. That I think that's going to be a direction. I think I don't need pecans inside, but the noise is good. It's interesting. The bubble. That's just idea that I have, but I think it's very powerful. Only to look at it, I can feel it's very powerful. Let's see if you can have a picture, better picture. Can I share a direct picture of it?
Yeah. Let me see. I might have to make a little change here. There we go. Very good. So yeah, one of the issues with such a unit is trying to keep it clean for, and of course you'd have to use it just for yourself, I suppose. Yeah, it's very nice. Yes.
I don't know how to turn off this.
Okay. I can do it here. No, I can't actually. There we go.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Rick. Just for you to have an idea, the device is my beautiful device. It's gonna serve so many people. You can be sure. It's my private use, but I believe that normally I've been helping people from the distance already, only not even knowing the people. You know, that's a kind of testimony. That's very fast. We have a knowledge seeker here in Brazil, and she had GANs and all of those things. I haven't seen her, but she was pretty bad. He was feeling very sick, very ill, and with all symptoms of COVID, the fever and everything. I asked her what's going on with the water. So I made a research, and her water was too weak. He was using too much water for the GAN's quantity. So I asked her, oh, decrease the water, increase the water part 20% at least, as the scientific study says. But she was bad. So she had no time to make it, to put the towels in the head or in the chest, to make it the reversal. And I sent to her a tortoise GIF. And I told to her, every 15 minutes of each hour, you open this GIF and you look and stay looking at for 5 minutes. So in that time, every 15 minutes, I did the protocol for reversion to myself. Looking at this GIF and thinking about her soul. I didn't know her, but she could feel my soul from the GIF. That was the way that I thought that I could have a hook or anchor. Well, I did the protocol during 5 hours. And after 8 hours, she was good. She had no problem at all. And then next day, she made the hair water a little bit stronger and so on. And it happened 2-3 times. It's amazing. I cannot believe it, what's going on here. That's what I'd like to share. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Well, that's very good. Thank you. Good for you. Always good to hear of the success with the plasma products. And if you want to bring those kinds of testimonials to the next testimonials meeting, which will be in December 14th, I think it is, second Monday of December, that would be great.
I will try to be there. I will do my best. I think I have, if we can share our experience, it's amazing, as we are doing here.
Yeah, it's part of a way to pay back for the knowledge that we received as well.
Yes, for sure. But there's so much to pay back. It changes life in a beautiful way. And we can feel that everybody is changes around us. Only with the fields, we can help people. It's amazing. I'm very impressed by studying and coming back to the old teachings from Mr. Keshe. Thank you, Jalal, for this video. It came exactly in what was thinking about. I think we had some transmission that, you know, I think everybody here is linked somehow. And it's so good. I can feel the good energy that everything is just thinking for the goodwill for the humanity and the universe and the plants and insects or whatever, animals. It's such a turnover point, I think, into the humanity. And we are all doing our task here, I think, a mission. That's amazing. Thank you.
Rick, hi, it's Dean here. Can you guys hear me?
Loud and clear, Dean. How are you doing?
I'm okay, Rick. Rick, thank you all of you for those. I've literally just come in as usual with me, a little bit late, and I've just been listening to all this the wonderful teachings and everybody speaking, and it's been incredible. Can I just? I've got someone sat with me that who's a musician. She's learned to use plasma in a different way. She's going to play a flute for you, which is a blessing that she does on a regular basis, 2 or 3 times, 4 times a day, if not more. And she's done some very special things within this flute. And she's using the plasma of the soul, I think. And she's connected with her environment and her conditions in a very big way. So if you want to, you can hear, her name's Brigitte. She could play her flute for you, which is a blessing. And see how we get on. See how you feel, how you feel as souls, and this deep connection that we have. Would you like to hear that, Rick?
Most definitely, most definitely. Thank you, Dean.
Okay, so Rick, I'm going to introduce Brigitte. She can explain a little bit about her flute now. Brigitte, would you like to say something?
Oh yes. Yeah. You're welcome. Yeah, I played my flute by myself in 2016 in September. It's my 9th flute, and it's a spirit flute because it is driftwood. Yeah, and I wrote a message in the flute, and the message is gratitude, healing, abundance, peace, love. I draw a symbol in it for, universal, uniting and peace. And I wrote a song in it that also came to me in midnight of solstice 2016. And the song is called Golden Light is Flowing Through Me, Divine Love is Acting Through Me. So my intention is to play this flute every day for several times after awaking and at least before I fall asleep, to give this message with each tone and with each playing to the universe, or you say universe. So yeah, I want to contribute, I want to give, I think this present, I would say, my melody that came to me, because I consider myself, I receive and give on. And of course, I'm very attracted by one race, one planet, and so on. So now I also invite people not only see the golden light, but feel the golden light and think of that. What is your creativity? How can you create? What is your talent and so on? Wow. Many blessings.
Thank you, Brigitte, for that. That was I've been listening to this blessing on a regular basis, and Brigitte's managed to manifest around her home many beautiful things. She's using the plasma of the soul, the intention, the deep connection to really enhance her environment. She interacts with many souls of all souls. It's not just people, it's the plants, the animals. Her whole environment is very, very peaceful. And now that we've introduced the GANs into her environment as well, I can see that the fields are building more and more and more. All the teachings that were spoken about today, Jalal spoke about and shown those beautiful teachings by Mr. Keshe. I believe that, as we know, the 5-stacker system is a replication of the man. So we can do this. We know we just need to initiate the plasma. We're trying to find that key, as we've spoken about earlier on. That key is within us, is deep within us. It's every resonance, it's every note, it's every carbon, oxygen, nitrogen. It's deep within us. It's in our environment. It's us. So together, with the blessings of our thoughts and intentions, with the GANs, with the remembering, with these beautiful teachings that you're giving, Rick, we will, as a collective, all of us, we will get to this position where we will remember what we really are. We'll be able to heal each other and heal ourselves very, very quickly, and to travel at will. We'll be able to put the magravs of our body together, become a 5-stacker system, a star formation with a few of us, and travel the universe. We are that close. We already are present, and I think we're capable of doing this. So I'd like to thank Brigitte for that beautiful flute playing. And also, is there anything else you'd like to say to explain about your ethos on your music? Is there anything you'd like to say on that?
On music, yeah, I want to reach the souls, yeah, beyond words. I consider, as I said myself, as a channel that would receive melodies and really feel deeply connected. And yeah, so I have other instruments like the monochord and play my piano, play guitar, create songs, very simple songs, because I think that people need simple tools or help. You're just a sentence, all my cells are laughing suns. This is a song children like, old people like, ill people like, animals like. I have very wonderful experiences with animals and even with plants when I realize their reactions. Yeah, and there is no, I don't do anything, I just be and then just give, yeah.
Can you play us some of the monochord again? Is that possible? Do you have it there?
You want?
I would really like to hear that again. That was fantastic. If you would like to play a little bit, that'd be great.
Yeah.
Okay, Rick, we'll move into that position for you to hear it a little bit. If it starts, you can't hear it again because it starts vibrating the wrong way, just let me know and I'll move away or something.
Yeah, it depends on the microphone and in Zoom, basically, in the settings and so on, but give it a try. You can sort of hear it in the background. It's hard to actually hear. It's very hard to hear it right now, and we're not getting the full beauty by any means.
Sorry, Rick, but that's just the way the actual
it's the noise
microphone
canceling.
it just cancels it out. Yeah, it's a real shame. Yeah.
There's some way to get around it, but I don't know what it is yet. So people do play music on Zoom, but I'm not sure how they work that. So
okay. You know the one that I sent to you, Rick. You've got that recording that I sent to you. Remember? I don't know if you can. You've got that. You could listen to that one again.
Sure where that is offhand though.
I think what it is, Rick, it's through music. Brigitte's managed to start to connect with her soul and connections on a deep level. She never come in contact with the Keshe Foundation or the plasma before, but she's been working with soul intentions and a plasmatic environment, but without being aware of it, but being aware of her own functions as a human being. And so touching what we've been teaching, what we've come to know, she's been integrating and been using the plasma within herself, that understanding that we've gained. And I've now explained to Brigitte about this, and she's interacting with the foundation and starting to learn about ganses and things. I've introduced GANs into her home. The 4 main GANSes. I'm going to show you some things in the future. We made something with Herbert. We went to Herbert and we made something that Brigitte's called the balancing butterfly. And this is a system of the ganses. We chose some different ganses, and we basically it's the balls within balls basically, and then they're stuck together in a very simple form. With some balsa wood and then some plastic bottles that we cut the plastic bottles and use those plastic bottles to make the wings. They're all stuck together. This is then held by a thread or a piece of string and then tied into a tree, or we made another one that goes inside, a smaller version that actually turns under the power, but under the influence of the heat of a candle. So basically we're using the heat transfer of a candle to move the wings that are offset slightly to give it that motion that the 3 balls have. I think we chose ZNO as one in the middle one. Then we had magnesium on the outside, and that's it, yeah. And then CO2 on the outside, and the bigger ball outside was a reversal of this. We've already noticed. I've noticed the birds and everything, and the interactions. Brigitte said that the birds were in the garden anyway, but I've noticed when I've been sat here, I've seen many interactions going on that I know about because I'm very sensitive. I watched in my environment. I'm very aware of my environment, as you know. I know a lot of you guys are. So I've noticed interactions already. We've also introduced with Herbert's help, the 4 main Ganses that were now in production within the home environment. And then we're going to start experimenting and using these Ganses in many different ways. The teaching that Jalal pointed out today is a prime example of that. That's really, really beautiful. Thank you, Jalal. And we will be experimenting and doing this and seeing what creations we can come up with. We had a discussion recently. We were talking about all the things that are going on in creation, all the interactions that are going on across the planet at the moment. And we had this deep conversation about sometimes people we talk about things like the deep state, and we say, oh, well, we make it such a bad thing, but in reality they're words. The words that so we made a language, we made a definition of the words, and we gave them a meaning. So to us at the moment, we're using things like, the alternative media or the mainstream media, and all these terms, all these definitions, things like the deep state. But if you think of the deep is a very profound meaning, because you can use it in many beautiful ways as well as other terminologies. It's like darkness. We think of everything's dark or light, but out of the darkness comes the light. We need that darkness is the creation. It's the space gap. It's everything we need in creation to start the process of the light. So terminologies and definitions, we need to be careful how we use them, because you can make them in many, many different ways. If you think about it, and Brigitte said this today, that darkness is, you were in darkness when you were in your mother's womb. So equality, you came from darkness. So we have to be very careful how we define things and how we say things, because there is beauty in everything, literally in everything that we see and do. So it can be extraordinary. Creation is extraordinary, and when you interact with it in the way that we're learning with the Ganses, it can change. This beautiful tool can change many realities, but never forget that you create your own reality. You know, as is spoken about today, you create your own reality. So create beautifully, think wonderful thoughts, and play beautiful music, sing and dance, do everything that makes you feel creative and wonderful, and spread that knowledge and that joy to the world as much as you can. And that's an ancient teaching that has been going on this planet for eons, for years. We just need to, keep doing it and just expand it more, and just be in conscious beauty all the time. That's basically what we should be doing. That manifestation of co-creating beautiful things constantly. We know this. We all know this.
I do have that recording. And maybe we should play it to do justice to Brigitte's monochord instrument, which is truly beautiful, and I like to use it. Or somebody could make up a Keshe video with this as the background music. It'd be very nice. So perhaps we could have maybe even 3 minutes of silence while we listen to the music, and just ponder our place in the universe for 3 minutes here. It's actually 3 minutes and 33 minutes. And I note today is November 11th, 2020, which is 11112020 for those who are keeping record of such things. So by coincidence and by popular demand, let's listen to the music here, and let's just let it play through without any interruptions, if we can. Okay, here we go. Okay, there we have it. Thank you, Brigitte. To me, it's music to travel in space with.
Yeah, you are welcome. Yeah,
Rick,
I'm attitude of energy.
If I was in the body enhancement, the universal body enhancement spaceship unit, that's the music that I would like to listen to. It's like the music of the spheres to me. Sorry, Mario, I think you you were trying to get in there. What were you?
Yeah, there's a number of things about that. That's actually very beautiful. You're calling it a monochord. Bridget, you just have a single string and then you're using a bow? Is that what you're using?
Pardon me?
No, Mario, she's using a instrument that has got 74 strings.
37 on each side. On one side, always the same tone. And on the other side, there were 10 strings. I tuned it in these keys to get the quint because of the number 5 and because of love.
Okay, I see. Well, the tones of those is actually what you get on the scientific instrument called a monotone, or a monochord rather, which is a single string.
Yeah,
so when you
the origin is a single string, but the man who designed that to make it, said we would hear the overtones. If we have the same tone, for example, more than 70 strings.
Right. So that's where you got the 9th in there, I noticed. Right. This is something, I brought this up a number of times, that this is a beautiful example. If that lowest first tone was hydrogen, because everything's got a pitch, then that second tone, which is the octave above it, it's actually 2 octaves above it in here, in this case, would be a 2-to-1 ratio. You take your monochord and you divide it in half, which is actually, again, what your instrument is doing. You've got one side with one string and that kind of thing. So you divide that string in half and you get the octave.
Okay, I had it. Genau. I had on the second side I divided, and therefore there is the octave.
That would be deuterium. That would be what deuterium sounds like relative to hydrogen. And it's also what oxygen sounds like several octaves above that, because oxygen is 16-to-1, which is 1, 2, 4, 8, 16, right? And then that second tone that comes in between, dun, 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 that note between, that's 3-to-1. So you take a string and you divide it into 3 parts and you get, it's actually a 12th, which would be the sound of carbon or the sound of tritium. So if the low note sounds like hydrogen, that second note sounds like either oxygen or deuterium, and the third note sounds like tritium and or carbon. So it's the amino acid. That's the basis of life. It's a really beautiful example. And in fact, if you play a tree trunk, I saw some guy took a tree trunk and he sliced a wafer thin slice of the tree trunk and put it on a record player, right? And it played those tones going up. Actually, it went right up to harmonic overtone series. So that is really a spaceship technology right there.
It is. Because there come the tones. You hear the tones you don't really play, as on a piano, for example, but they are there.
Yeah, they're there. What is the first tone? Is it a C or an A?
The first is cis. It's not C. It is the tone between C and D. Cis.
Okay, it's around 256
It's the
hertz.
basis. This is the basis. Yeah.
Yeah, the fundamental. Because I haven't got a confirmation, Mr. Keshe, on this, so it could be wrong. But I think C is hydrogen, actually the same tuning. Hydrogen would be so many octaves up that it would not even close to what we would. But nonetheless, I think that's the right key for hydrogen, carbon, and oxygen. And you didn't have it in there. That seventh would be the seventh harmonic, would be nitrogen. But that's so out of tune. The seventh that you would play on that instrument, if you tuned it, would probably not be the same tuning. But I noticed, you know what I'm talking about, the seventh? So if you see you're around your B flat, but it's in between.
Yeah.
That would be in there as well, would be the nitrogen for the amino acid, which is causes difference, right? Okay, that's because those three are stable. So anyway, I just wanted to point that out. You know, Rick, I talked about this a lot of times, you know. So you're listening in a way to what an amino acid sounds like. So thank you very much, Bridget. I really appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Thanks, Mario, for that understanding, and thank you, Brie. It's wonderful to combine some of the teachings that Mario's given with obviously everything that we've come to understand in the Reactor group and in the Keshe Foundation, and then to interact with somebody who's not been involved with plasma, and to tie it all together and come up with a beautiful creation that we can explain. And the beautiful teachers here, like Mario, who've understood it on a very deep, profound level, and then can through. We've all heard Mario many times, and sometimes Mario gets a little bit, how can I say, upset because he can't get his message quite across in the way he'd like to explain it. But I think just by listening to the reality of the music just simplifies it. It's that definition thing again, when you actually just, instead of analyzing, I know we need to analyze things sometimes, but when you just know it, when you just feel it, then it explains itself. It is the creation. It just, sometimes it doesn't need an explanation. It just is. It just,
well, yeah. The other thing is, when you're thinking in terms of like that, the equivalent of, you call it the matter level music, you don't need to measure the frequencies to tell when you got that first one. When that second one happens, you know it's an octave. You know it's in tune. You know, it doesn't matter that it's 2 to 1 or whatever. You know it's in tune, and you can instantly feel it. So this is the way we actually navigate in the universe. You don't measure, you feel it. If it's in tune or not, right? That second harmonic, the fifth, the carbon. If it's not in tune, you instantly know it. You don't have to measure a frequency of it. You don't have to know what the frequencies even are. You just know the ratios of it. And you can tell. So it's really important idea. And the other thing is with music, music has been, well, first of all, music was given to man, and the musical tones and the monochord and the understanding of that was actually given to man by the man from space to understand the workings of the universe, the plasma. And it's been used in every philosophy, in every science, and in every religion, everywhere in the world, recognizing when people start singing together or playing together, you start putting a steady pulse, people start tapping their foot. It's a sympathetic response. They can't help it. As people start, dancing, it's a natural interaction that's way beyond matter level, right? And so we can learn a lot from that. I've actually worked out how to the tones for every element. So we can actually listen to the elements and hear like what the body sounds like on a certain level, that kind of thing. Adding calcium. And it's really interesting because I found calcium is a perfect fourth. It's not a little bit out of tune. It's actually literally a perfect fourth. And hydrogen or oxygen is literally a perfect octave. It's not a little bit out of tune. It's not, they're really right along in tune with the harmonic overtone series. So, yeah. So anyway.
Where do the isotopes fit in? Which would be just
different
slightly
harmonics.
heavier.
They're just different harmonics. Yeah. different harmonics.
Okay.
But the harmonic overtone 2 to 1, 3 to 1, 4 to 1, 5 to 1, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, up to infinity. So you can find a harmonic for pretty much any tuning, right? So how many elements do we have? Not very many. And even when you add the isotopes, not really that many, you know? So
Mario, can Bridget just say something? She just wants to say something to you.
Yes,
yep.
Please, I want to add concerning music. I always inspire and encourage people to use their voice, because the voice is the very, very first music, yeah? Before you take instruments, it's your voice is always with you. You may hum wherever you are and feel these vibrations. And I think humming is really also very healing possibility, yeah, and be connected with yourself, yeah.
Yeah, that was actually the original music training. Was you did years of singing first, and then you started playing instruments, that kind of thing. It kind of got muddled, but yeah, but you're creating plasma fields of so you are actually, you know, in the process of creation. I mean, it's really no different than interactions in the Gans cups. Gans has a tuning, has a pitch, you know? So, and it's a chord, like CO2 is a chord. It's actually carbon and oxygen. It's the second note and the third note, or the right, that you played in the mono chord. That's CO2. That's what CO2 sounds like. Those two notes sounding at the same time. You put the C3 in there, you added the low note, hydrogen. You've got a, yeah. And I think as far as the isotopes go, there's a really important thing is, like, if you play like a note on the flute, like Bridget did, for the note of zinc, which would be 64, which is also an octave of hydrogen. So you take that lowest note up and you take it a double of 2, 4, 8, 16, 32, 64. That octave is zinc relative to the low C, right? But if you have an isotope of copper, for example, that's also 64, that's the same note. So what's the difference then? The difference would be you play the zinc on the flute and you play the copper on a trumpet or on a piano, or you sing it. It's got a different set of overtones in it, so that it's the same note, but it's got different characteristics.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. This is something really, we need to understand this in the plasma science. We really need to understand this. For a long time, people dismissed it as matter level. Yeah, but it's not. It's understanding the workings of the plasma, understanding what they call timbre. Yeah. So I've done a lot of research on that because it's something that I already knew. Like, so, and Bridget, you will find, keep what you're doing and do experiments using the gas materials.
Yeah, we do. We create.
Try different gas materials, singing, playing to it, and using your. So you will find you'll have a really good understanding. You can help us all. I need a lot of help, so it would help a lot of people because you seem to have a really intuitive understanding on your own. So, yeah,
yeah.
Mario, do you think actually introducing some of the GANs or the plasma water directly, like just a one drop onto the flute, would make an influence, make a difference, or just the field interactions of the GANs around the instruments?
Field interactions. I don't need to kiss another singer to sing. We sing.
Yeah.
Yeah. The energy is flowing. But what would be good is that you put, if you want to have zinc, you need to have a dynamic flow. So stand in between 100 milliliters over here and 200 milliliters over here, and now you have a flow in between. Now play it. But I don't know if you will, you're not likely to hear a different sound, but you would feel a difference. But it will definitely change the timbre because now you have two instruments playing. And the CO2 is actually, it depends. See, here's another problem. The tuning of your monochord, if that's not in the same key exactly as your hydrogen and your copper and your oxygen, your CO2, then it's dissonance and they won't have the link. So that's a problem. Does that make sense? It's like having two pianos that are tuned by themselves fine, but not tuned to each other, right? Like your fundamental of your one piano is set to 256 hertz, that's the low C, and another one is 260 hertz. It's just enough off to where they won't link. And so none of the notes will link because they're all based on the harmonics of 260 as opposed to 256. So your CO2 has to be in tune with your monochord in order for you to be able to play the music with it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So what is the hertz of it? Yeah. I'm pretty sure it's around 256 hertz, but I have no way to really confirm that. And again, there's the spectrum of that. So, how big is the bandwidth of that spectrum of what we call hydrogen, I think they're all more or less in tune, but 256 hertz is a pretty arbitrary number,
But you can check that, just use a frequency oscillator, what do you call it, on the phone, an app, and just listen to it.
I didn't get it. If the CO2 is in tune with my note, then you should see motion in the CO2. It should start bubbling. You know what I mean?
So the matter state, you mean? Okay. Yeah.
I haven't done very much experiments on that. That's actually a good idea. I thank you for thinking of that. Maybe, and Bridget, you too, if you can adjust the tuning of your flute, I don't know, I think your flute is sort of fixed, right? But, try to find the note because you'll get a sympathetic vibration with it. You should see motion. The other problem, although I have seen about that, is the problem with the CO2 is they're individual molecules. So they might be moving on a molecular level, but you can't see it with your eye. So you have found the tuning, but you don't see it. Nothing physically moves enough for you to see it. If you could see with an electron microscope, you say, oh, wow, they're really moving when you hit that note, but you might not see it. That's why one CO2 container moving it up against another CO2 container, you should see motion like two magnets. But the whole body of it won't move because the individual molecules are moving on a molecular scale. So the motion is there, but it's too small to see. I'm pretty sure that's what's going on. So there's a number of problems about how to test that. But
I guess it's the amplitude too, isn't it? I mean, you have to reach a certain amplitude for matter to start moving, don't you?
Well, yeah, but I mean, if it's in range of your sound, if a person can hear it, then your reactor can hear it. Now, that's not so much the problem. The amplitude, it's finding the right frequency, right? But then also seeing a reaction with the CO2.
But it could be an interesting question to ask Mr. Keshe, which guns is most sensitive to sound vibration? And then we could easily...
All of the ganses are going to have some connection to all of the sounds because the sounds we hear are based on our amino acids of our ears and our eyes. And our nose.
That's true. Oh, okay.
So those are what we're tuned to. All of the tunings in between, we don't have receptors for, so they don't interact with us, right? The same way as if my tuning is not right like that. So, but again, the harmonic overtone series goes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, right up to infinity. But the amplitude decreases. So how do you get in there? So you would have to increase the amplitude. And again, that's another thing. But those experiments, try singing and seeing like an opera singer singing and finding the tuning of that crystal glass, and then it's a way to make reactions. So
that's a cool idea.
Anyway, thank you.
I would like to ask concerning frequencies. I have heard about the solfeggio frequencies, and therefore I experiment with that, and I tuned my monochord, for example, with 417, as 417 hertz. Could you say something concerning that?
Well, you mean a C at 417, or you mean an A at 417? That's your fundamental. It's more or less.
What I mean is that I don't use this frequency of 440, for example, hertz, but I say this, I take this 417 because this should be one of the 9 solfeggio frequencies, which should be in the universe, I was told. So
I'm not sure that you have the whole spectrum of frequencies in the universe. You have 417.1 and 0.01 and 0.001. You have all of those in there. They're all in there. But right in the universe, in our structure, I don't think 432 or 440 or 417. 417 is what they used to use hundreds of years ago, but they never really tuned to anything. They just take the highest string and you tune it up as high as it can go, and then you tune the rest of it to that kind of thing. You tune the highest instrument as, so there was no standard tuning. But 417, that's around a very low A. That would be probably closer to what we would call a G or G sharp now. But okay, that's all right. But see, what's really important is whatever you start with, you have 417. That next harmonic is going to be 2 times that. And the next harmonic is going to be 3 times that. And the next one's going to be 4 times that. And fine, right? So wherever you start, you always have that same ratios, right? Like the tree trunk the guy played, I don't even know, it wasn't 432. I don't even know what his fundamental was, but it played that. It played up the harmonic overtone series, each ring, right? And the space gaps in between are what tune it, right? If the space gap of that ring is not in the right position, it would not be in the right tuning, and therefore it wouldn't happen, right? The ring, each ring happens where that harmonic is supposed to be relative to the tuning, right?
But Mario, I'm also curious about this, and because you are the musician here, do you have any opinion about these solfeggio frequencies at all? Have you tried them out? Do you find them useful?
I've been a musician my whole life. I didn't even know what 440 stood for, except there was the number on the thing or on the tuner. It's meaningless to me. To me, if I want to play with another musician, I say, give me an A, and if they're Italian, A, or if they're not, they give me a note on the guitar. That's a joke. You tune to who you're playing with, right?
No, because I heard that the harmonic series starts earlier if you use tune 432 instead of 440, for example.
No, if you tune to 432, then the harmonics where you would tune your guitar, I would hit the harmonic for my A string. That will give me the octave above A. That's 2 times 432. And then the next harmonic is 3 times 4. If I tune to 433, then my fundamental is 433, and then the next one, the harmonic is 2 times 433, and then 3 times 4. It doesn't matter where you start with; you always get those same ratios. Doesn't matter where.
I mean, I agree with the ratio, but I just heard that someone did some kind of
My whole life as a musician, and any of the musicians that I know, it's meaningless. We have to tune together. Yeah, that's all.
Okay.
There's an old guitar trick, like Jimi Hendrix used to do this, where you tune his E string down to an E flat on the piano, and then he tuned his guitar so that it's tuned to an E flat. That way he could play an E flat or a B flat blues where he's still using the open strings, right?
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
what? You know, that's not the what, you know, and this thing about 440 is the devil tone and 432 is it? No, that
I think the only thing when you sing, you can feel that if you use 440 as your concert tuning, it's harder to reach certain tones than it is if you start on 432, and it kind of becomes more mellow, more gentle.
Bridget starts at 417. So what's the problem?
Yeah.
Well, we just
Even
listened
better.
to 17 hertz as the fundamental. That next note that happened was actually 4 times that. So I'm not doing the math. And then the third tone that happened was the fifth, the interval we call the fifth, which is 3 times that.
Yeah.
So whatever that, right? If she tuned it to 418, it would sound exactly the same, but a little bit higher. And in fact, I doubt if 1 in a million people would even notice the difference. Yeah. You wouldn't even notice.
Yeah, between 417 and 418, no, not much.
Up to 2 or 3 hertz.
Nah,
Most people notice.
that's hard.
Yeah. So it's the relative difference that if that second note was not exactly 2 times the first note, it would be curling your toes. You would feel it rattling in your teeth. Yeah, it would be very disturbing. And you wouldn't need to calculate the frequency. You just know that is not in tune.
But then you're coming to equal temperament tuning on a piano. That's what it does.
This is something that's damaging to all of our ears.
Yeah, it is. It's really damaging.
More important than 432 or 440 tuning is the
people don't understand that. Yeah.
Any of the harmonics that are actually in tune. I think Bridget's tuning. Well, those were only the first 3 harmonics, or the 4th one. And then there was the 9th, which got such a big comma. It's hard to, I think her tuning is natural tuning. The flute, I'm pretty sure, was natural tuning. So she's dealing with natural tuning, but guitars and pianos and even orchestras now play in tune to temper tuning. This dulls our senses because all of the harmonics are out. And it doesn't matter whether you're the 432 or 440. If you're using equal temperament, it's out of tune. All
the relationship becomes very, very wicked. Yeah.
Except the octave in the 5th.
That's right.
Yeah. So, concerning the flute you mentioned, this is that the reaction of the people is, and I even played for people, they were they were passing away. They said, what is it? It is deeply touching me. What is it? And then I told them it's the natural frequency, because in the flute, I can't do anything. It sounds as it is, the wood that I have. So I don't even test. I don't know the frequency, but I see that the people are deeply, deeply touched.
Yeah, and it's like CO2, which has got the natural tunings, and all the other elements, all of our other ganses. I mean, you look at the 3 basic ganses, they're in tune with us, the natural tunings. That's one of the reasons they balance out the fields. Yeah. So, you know, yeah. So this is something that I mentioned this so many times for years. Forget about 432. What about the harmonics? If they're all out of tune, it causes problems, yeah.
Yeah, that's exactly why I have such a hard time with the synthesizers nowadays, which I loved when I was a teenager, but now I just like, yeah, it destroys your feeling. It's
well, it doesn't destroy it. You get used to it.
Yeah, but that's the thing, and then everything gets very like, you know.
Paul Hindemith called it like dulling your senses.
Flat. Yeah, flat. It becomes very flat.
A perfectly clear glass window that gets covered in an oily film. So everything's slightly distorted and, you know, like that. That was his analogy. So you still see, you still get it, and it still works, and it still affects the souls of people, but it's got problems, yeah. But we live with it all over. I mean, none of us have grown up with very few of us have grown up with anything other than temper tune. So we never know the difference. But again, you know, you get used to it. It's like fluoride in the water. Yeah, really, you know, it affects you. But over years and generations, I think it loses its effect. That's why they keep adding other, who knows what else they're putting in there in the food. But again, you know, you learn to adapt to it, you know, and you accommodate. But, you know, but natural tunings, much different. Yeah, it definitely has a warmth and such, you know.
Mario, so between the two of you, between all three of you, the interactions, from my understanding, everything in nature, nature has everything in the universe, has everything for us to learn from and to see. So when we interact with nature on any level, we're deeply connected, and we see the true essence of creation. And that's why it's so important when that environment is damaged or the conditions are changed. It deeply affects us. It affects not only the harmonics, not only the sound, but the sight, the touch, the smell. It touches the soul. It literally is the creation. And so when we dig into Mother Earth, or when we change her frequency, when we interact with her that's not conducive with what a soul would want, then it affects us all very much in a very big way. So this comes to some very big fundamental questions about the planet and how we interact with the soul of the planet. Because the soul of the planet is us. It resonates and connects with us deeply. And then that soul we connect to the universal community. And then that soul we connect further down the chain all the way back to the creator. That's that deep connection that we need to reestablish and understand what we're doing when we are not in deep connection with nature.
Well, yeah, we are tuned to one of the harmonics of the earth. We are of one of the harmonics. We are one of the harmonics. And we are ringing out our own harmonic overtone series based on our fundamental, which is just one of the harmonics. We might be the 137,000th harmonic of the earth, but that's now our fundamental. And if you look at the structure of any musical tone, any tree, in any person, you're ringing out a tone, but you have a fundamental, but then you have your harmonic overtone series based on that, which is 2 to 1 and 3 to 1 and 4 to 1, right up into infinity. So you have every single field strength of everything in the universe there, right? And the other thing is, like, for example, one of the things Mr. Keshe did first is the CO2, and then the copper, and then this and the CH3. When you have that ringing out, it's ringing out tones with its own harmonic overtone series that's in tune. When that interacts with your body that has those same tunings, then you get a feedback loop and it increases amplitude. And so now you increase the amplitude of the harmonics that are in tune. So you balance the fields. It's magnetizing you. Yeah, and so this is the way that works. Yeah, so that's why, and if you stand in between two, you create a gradient flow. Now you have this energy happening, you stand in between, you're playing music with the CO2 that's in tune with you. And so you get that feedback loop, and that creates amplitude increase. So you ring out your fields more. Yeah, and it amplifies all of the harmonics, right? The nitrogen is connected somehow directly to the creator, I think, and the carbon is created directly to the earth. I could be wrong about that, but I'm pretty sure those are the tunings. So that's an interesting thing to investigate. But yeah, tuning, maggrav positioning based on tuning. This is why we are positioned in this particular position on the earth. One of the reasons is because our tuning fixes us here. This is where that harmonic is. Why one ring of the tree is there with that tuning and not over there? Because its tuning puts it there. Its position creates its tuning, or the other way around, its tuning is because of its position, right? You change your tuning, you go to the moon. Yeah. That's what these cups are about, right? The gravity of the earth is in the iron, which is also in our blood, right? So that fixes us here. So anyway.
Thank you for that, Mario. Thank you for that that beautiful understanding that you've just given to us. That's incredible. Thank you. Thank you.
Well, I got it from Mr. Keshe, so it goes back to him. Anything that's wrong, it would be me. The rest of it goes to Mr. Keshe. Yeah. But yeah, thank you for listening. And thank you, Bridget, for bringing this in. And I really would encourage you to play around with the Ganses. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah. Well, thank you.
I hear the clock is ticking.
Yeah, Rick, there's a clock. It's very loud.
I thought it was a metronome at first, since she was playing her music to the metronome. It's kind of handy that way. It's kind of
it's an old clock, Rick, from the 50s that's hanging up, and it's got a very loud tick, as you can tick-tock, as you can hear.
Yeah.
Well, it's strange because in my place it's usually pretty quiet, but the loudest thing when it's quiet is the sound of the wall clock that's ticking.
Yeah.
And I know that I'm paying attention in the moment when I can hear that ticking, because most of the time, as life goes by in a blur, I don't hear the ticking, and I'm hearing my own mental ticking, and I'm involved, and my attention's all wrapped up in other things. But when I relax totally and I really pay attention, that ticking actually gets louder and louder. And in fact, there's times when I've been ill where I'm really paying attention. It's like every moment's dragging on. You'd rather not have to pay attention. And that ticking becomes like, it's sort of like tick, tock. It starts to drag out. It's supposed to be every second, and you think, how could a second be so long when you're in pain or suffering or some other thing? So it's interesting how our perception of time can be altered so completely just by where our attention seems to lie.
Yeah, very important, Rick. Wherever you put your attention, wherever you focus your point of understanding, or your, as you say, your intention is, you can change many things, and you, as you said, you can become very present and very, I like to say, stillness. Now you become in that very in that place of the space gap, where you start to exist in that. That present moment, that stillness, that it's hard to explain any other way. That nothingness, that very still, quiet, no sound. Everything we've been speaking about, the sound and everything. There's no interaction with the five senses as such. You suddenly become at one with and just everything. And it is that space gap that Mr. Keshe has been teaching for a long time, and what we've been experimenting with. from that very first moment when I picked up my first bit of copper from the understanding of these teachings. I remember the first twist I made in the copper because of the teachings, because of listening to you, Rick, and the Reactors group that I found. And I twisted this copper in the first time, and then I went into an interaction of coating it, learning to nano coat it, and then put it into some salt water, and which you now know we don't necessarily need to do, but it was that interaction, that learning process of that very first twist. And then from that very first twist, I suddenly had a deep resonance with myself when I was in the exhibition hall not so long ago. I suddenly thought to myself, wow, look, that first twist of that copper, and now look where I'm stood now, the position I'm in right in this very moment, in the middle of an exhibition that is of global importance to humanity, and I'm stood right in the middle of it on my own, and my soul's brought me there. It was, yeah, it's incredible, really. Very,
and not only were you personally in the middle of it and all of that, but you were broadcasting to others, specifically to this group and others, to show and to involve others in what was going on. So that makes a big difference too, because if you do it all just for yourself as a personal thing, and it doesn't really go any further than that, then that's one thing. It's great to enlighten oneself that way, but to do that and then put oneself in the position of, you know, actually broadcasting from that position, which is what you did. You had your video camera, you were taking pictures all over the place, and you know, with your camera and your video and so on. So much gratitude to you for all that you provided that way, and congratulations on achieving that position in a way too. So
yeah, thanks, Rick. That what you just said there, that's very true. It is that sharing, that and that's part of the learning process that I had to go through, because I did always keep a lot of things within myself, and deep knowledge and deep understandings that I felt my whole life. But because of the environment I was in, I didn't feel I could release that sometimes, or put that out into the field structure of the universe. And so I held it within. And now I've learned to, through the foundation and the sheer giving of knowledge freely, is taught me a very deep fundamental of that, being fearless and being able to broadcast a truth, and not have to feel that you need to hide behind anything. You just be yourself and just give unconditionally. And it doesn't matter what other people think or say, is how you feel inside, and then you just project that forward, and that goes right the way back through to the creator, and then you're being your true self. You're being a true being, and you're being a true soul, and you're sharing unconditionally, and then the next soul picks the torch up, and does the same, and then we really are one.
Well, yeah, they feel the strength through your voice, and it's you know, much different now than when you first came into the teaching, and you know, were sort of you were hesitant and less confident, let's say, and now it's you expressed desire to be host, and now you're broadcasting from the virtually from the horse's mouth, and you know, right from the source in a way. So this is great in many ways, actually.
Yeah, it's thank you to yourself, Rick, and as I've said this many times to all the knowledge seekers, and especially to Mr. Keshe and the foundation, because it's bringing such a quality, not just to my life, but to the souls on this planet, and the more souls that interact and understand and start to really become involved with this deep understanding, it changes everything. You suddenly, your whole perspective, your whole position in the universe or in the space gap that you hold changes in a really fundamental, universal way. It really does that. You start the space gap, you start filling other space gaps, and you start connecting this deep resonance, this deep connection all the way back to the creator. And it really does. You start to understand that fulfillment of being one and being connected with everything. I've said this before, the teachings, when I first heard Mr. Keshe's voice and the teachings, I knew deep within me something, a bell, whatever it is, whatever you want to describe it, something went off that said, this is a deep truth and a deep soul connection. And I knew once I started really connecting with it, it changed everything for me in a very big way. It changed my life. It changed my whole thought pattern. It changed my persona as a human being. And ultimately, I feel I've elevated my soul through the teachings and through the elevation of other souls that have elevated me. And I think that's what it's all about.
Right
Thanks,
on,
Rick.
Dean. Very good.
I'll let somebody else have another go now, Rick. Thank you very much.
Next.
Next.
Oh, we are coming up on 5 hours here. It is kind of getting on, but still open for anybody for interaction here. If you have something to say or something to show or question or comment, please come forward. Oh, we have a question in YouTube for calls her Brit. May I ask Brit, where can I listen to her, quote, beautiful tones? From Glenn. Is there a website or link?
On the video, there is this website, klangwelle.org. So you will hear the flutes again, and the monochord, and the sansala, and some of my songs. Yeah, and especially you can read in German meine Herzensanliegen. That means my heart visions. So, and that what you read there, I write in many books on top of mountains, and wherever I am, I play in caves. I play and sing at the beginning of lectures or private celebrations, and often in nature. Yeah. So
Klangwell.
much joy.
Klangwell.org, I think it is there, and I'll put that in the chat. Klangwell, I think that's correct. As we, oops, it didn't come.
Yeah, Klangwelle. You see, to emphasize the sound and the wave. Yeah.
Just a second, I'll make it a little different.
So when Dean said he could read it in English because it's on his cell phone, it was translated. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. And then
in the YouTube.
There are 2 films and the broadcast and meine Herzensanliegen here. You will find the films and my thoughts. Yeah.
Okay, I'm just putting those in the live streams. Yes, very good. Okay. Anything else that we would like to look at today? Well, perhaps we'll wrap it up for today. And we should do so because there's other groups coming in to do the education in the private teachings and so on. So we should have respect for those. Okay, well, it's been a great teaching today. Thank you everyone for attending the Keshe Plasma Reactor Group for Wednesday, November 11th, 2020. That's 11112020. And you see, we've got the Knowledge Seekers Workshop, of course, coming up at 9 a.m. Central European Time on Thursday, November 12th. And next week we'll have the, let me see, the One Nation, One Planet, One Race for World Peace will be on Tuesday at usual time of 4 p.m. Central European Time. And of course, there's teachings in various languages, both private and public, have been going on recently. And you'll just have to tune in through either the Telegram groups or through live stream or YouTube or whichever way that you can find out through your particular language or particular groups that you like to hang out with. There's so much going on that it's getting hard to keep up because now we have the cross-linking of languages where the Farsi group will visit the Portuguese group and so on, and also translated into English at the same time. So we have multiple languages going on in multiple groups, and it's great. It's like a cross-pollination of ideas and techniques and so on. Very nice to see. Okay, I'll keep working on my secret project in the background here, and I'm trying to learn about plasmoids. What is a plasmoid? And we'll learn more about that next time. I'll try to present a little report on it and maybe some experiments that if I can get it together to accomplish. So I advise other people to also try to do some experiments. It's always great to talk about the ideas, but it's way better to actually experience them by doing something. And it doesn't have to be anything spectacular and earth-shaking. Sometimes the simplest things are those which connect us the best to the plasma technology. So just pay attention, keep your eyes open, and have a great week. And we'll see you all next time around. Thank you, everybody. And bye for now.
Auf Wiedersehen.
Auf Wiedersehen.
Okay, thank you.